So now I am live. Actually, I'll show your screen. That's fine. Okay, so now, okay, the
We're
way
gonna
I
hide
do
that
it,
for now. There we go. Yeah.
the way I do it is I go to your stream and there's a button in your stream that I can press
The
to
knock
join you.
thing, yeah.
Yes. So I go there, I press the button.
Okay, and then I do open stream together, and now I got that. Start shared chat. Okay, I think this is now that it is showing. Yeah. And I get that it can't get access to the microphone. Of course not. That would be stupid if it could.
Okay. So
I think we're good
live
now, yeah.
Yes, we're live.
There we go. Okay, so I have, I have not pushed my notification to Blue Sky, which is something I have to do now. I have no idea how to use this. Okay, so is that mine?
You should use Simplex.
I should do, but I should probably learn how this works. Okay. I just need to. I wish you could not. Okay, there we go. So the following tab only shows you the only person I'm following there as well. So I'm trying to not have to read. So I'm gonna use your software eventually. I'm trying not to have to read any of this stuff, right?
Yeah. So okay, Toggle. I have this thing where I think a decent name, maybe not a final one, but like a good name for what we do could be the Chris and Toggle show. The reason why I put myself first is just because I think that Chris and Toggle sounds better than Toggle and Chris show. That's too many S's altogether.
Oh, you're setting me up for this situation where I can just leave you feeling uncomfortable being quite long, like I'm pretending to think about this and be in my lead, like, why? Now, man, I'm game, man. Let's call it that, right? I'm up for that. I was gonna suggest that we call it the PlayStation Network, but your suggestion was a lot.
The PlayStation Network. Then we need to.
Thank you so much, scientist.
If we do that, then we need to require a subscription fee from viewers.
Well, Uncle Scientist, thank you so much for the sub. You're welcome to the PlayStation Network.
The only game you can play is you watch us do things. You type in chat. Sometimes we react. Sometimes we don't. And that's the game. That's the only game available on this PlayStation Network.
There we go. All right. So I've posted not what we're streaming, it's just but streaming with Christoph over at twitch.tv/togglepaint. That's like my first Blue Sky post, and it makes no sense. I have no followers. I have nothing going on there. I had to verify my email address.
Let me fix this.
But at least I've done some. Okay, I'm gonna go through chat very quickly and say a good morning to everyone in the Marvin, thank you so much. Thank you for the sub, Marvin.
Togglebit on there. There you go. You are.
Okay, let's see. What do we have? Oh, we got a hype train as well. Look at that. We're just trying. Oh, thank you for the cheer.
That's because the gifts. Yeah, the moment that Twitch smells blood in the water, it's like a shark. Like, here you go. Here's your hype train. Why don't you bump this hype train to level 2? Why wouldn't you, right?
Apparently you can change the levels of the hype train as well, but I didn't know that. And then it kind of tracks your like personal record, which is like the stream record. So if you change it, then I feel like you're violating your record. So now it's set in stone forever and ever, right? Oh yeah, I had TTS for a long time, Marvin. But I don't announce that I have that, right? I don't say anything about it. So I did a stream the other day where I didn't read chat, and it was very therapeutic for my brain to like not constantly stop myself in what I was doing and reading chat. I was tempted to draw people's attention to the fact that if they need my attention, there is TTS, but instead they can just add me on Discord, right? I felt like it was such a cash grab to say, but if you want to talk to me, you have to pay money. I am that famous, right? No, I can't do that. Anyway, let me go and fix these things briefly as well. It is a little bit more set up when you're two streaming as well. We're going to turn off some of these things. There we go.
Okay, I think I'm almost done announcing.
Very good. Yeah. What do I have? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit more set up, and I'm playing music in the background as well, right? Yeah, so I lowered that a little bit. Do you ever play the music? Do you listen to music when you stream?
I usually have like one of those like lo-fi radios going in the background. Yeah, the toggle toff. Wait, what? Where's the second T coming from? Oh, because Christoph. I get it. I get it now. Toggle toff.
Oh man. Good. Have you made tea, by the way?
No, I haven't. Oh man, good thing it only takes 2 minutes and a half.
maybe so I don't mind the name, but maybe we should call it like tea time or something as well.
Yeah, and like and you put like chronometer in the background, right? So it's like it's tea time, but it's like no, it's still fast. It's still 2 minutes and a half.
Oh, thank you, Raga, for the sub. Thank you so much for 6 months in advance. Thank you so much for that. That's great. Calling it micro tea time, Marvin, would make it sound like it's really short, though, right? But tea time is kind of good because it is an existing phrase, and then you have such wonderful writers like The Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul, which was written by the British author Douglas Adams. Sadly, has passed away some years ago. But we're coming up to the 25th of May in a couple of months, and that's going to be International Towel Day. So there's that to remember. Yes. Okay. Right. Let's see. What do we have in the chat? Have we? I don't see anyone from your chat. What are your chatters doing?
Yeah, what are people in my chat doing? I have 21 people watching. Nobody is contributing. They're like all lurkers, enjoying your chat, basically.
Can we get a little bit like can we see a little bit of Christoph chat's activation? Right? Do we have any Christoph chatters in there? Thank you so much, Anonymous.
You spotted my 20 bots. That's my 20 botnet. It's like I view bot, but it's only 20 at a time. And that's
Thank you, Anonymous. I'm working, no time to chat. Hello, NG4 Press.
Oh, there we go.
There we are. There we Cozy White Bear as well. Yeah, we can see that, Cozy White Bear. So if I detach my chat, you can see this. Right, I can see the little logo here, right? Which is why I sort of drew attention to that. I wasn't seeing the Christos avatar, so I want to make sure that the chat was actually combined, right? There's an icon, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go make tea and be right back. Sounds good?
Yep. All right. So I hope you guys are having a good day so far. We're going to be talking about various things that I would love to say, various things that I and Christoph have found throughout the week, but I have been very bad at staying up to date with anything. I'm kind of avoiding a lot of interaction with anyone at the time being. Because I'm trying to sort of get back into feeling less burnt out. But on top of all of this stuff, it kind of is, right? A few things happened, right? But in general, things are getting a lot better. And it was really therapeutic to do a stream without interacting with chat. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I do think that there were at least one of you who enjoyed that too. As a matter of fact, the streaming that I did, the content that I was looking at during that stream, for those of you who didn't watch that or don't care, we're looking at CPU cache, cache lines, and these kind of things, right? So in the past, we talked about things like memory alignments and stuff. And looking at these things, it kind of makes me want to write something up and then link to the VOD, because we can say this was written by a human for humans. This is not like AI generated bullshit with any like preemptive nonsense and preambling of whatever, right? Pretty much what we're doing now, though, but still, right? So yes, there is that, right? Oh, damn you, Automa. I see the original message. Artisanal code, right? Well, it's not really artisan code, but don't you guys get a bit frustrated when you go to look for something and you get some article where like the beginning of like the first paragraphs are just some preamble. It almost reads like a recipe where they start off with, oh, we go on holiday and we usually tend to eat sand, but this year my kids were fed up with sand and pine cones, so I decided to make this recipe of steam fried waffle shells. And then like 3,000 words down, you get the recipe, right? And AI generated content looks a little bit like that. Again, thank you guys so much for the hype train. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Araga. Thank you, Uncle Scientist. And thank you, Marvin. Thank you guys so much for the subs and the cheers. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping the lights on. This is with subs. This is without subs. Okay? With subs, without subs. All right? Now, yes, it really is a... it really is sort of frustrating when you have to go through this stuff. So if we can sort of say, someone linked to something yesterday about like a little thing that you can attach to your post saying like this was made by humans for humans kind of thing, right? But I don't think that's enough, because you can literally just you can literally just attach an image, like you can sort of like watermark an image with that thing, even if AI generated the image, right? And because the funny thing is, because we are the way humans are, we're gonna change our behavior. So we're gonna get like human-made. Soon we're gonna get humans recreating AI generated art, right? It's gonna become its own like art style. I'm predicting at this point, right? So we'll have at some point where people are like drawing art that looks like it was AI generated, and that is like the scale. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, so I think it would be really lovely if you could say, here's an article that contains mostly like findings and stuff, and here's a link to a video where you can actually observe us doing the research and the findings, instead of it's an article that may or may not have been generated and may or may not have any validity, right? So there is that, right? There are, or Scanner says, there are already people doing AI art. Well, there you go then. My prediction has already come true. I am such a wizard. Okay. So I was talking about I was talking about the stream I did the other day, Christoph, where I did a bunch of research. I did this on stream, and now saying now I want to write an art or write a post about it, and then link to the VOD so you can see that this was like human researched, human created stuff, right?
Right.
For that, right? Hello, Da Vinci Dev, and hello, Panda Kenji. How you guys doing?
Hello.
Memory stuff, right? L1. Yes. So this would be about the CPU cache, right? L1, 2, and LLC. I guess.
I see.
I guess that would be L3.
Wait, so you were doing research on that and not just blindly trusting benchmarks from
I know,
vendors?
right?
Why,
like a fool. I spent, so this is the insane part, right? I spent 6 hours streaming this, looking
6
at
hours?
6 hours of not interacting with chat and only looking at things like CPU cache lines.
Okay.
And while I was doing this thing, I had a lot of questions, like how big is a cache line? When you fetch a value, do you load everything, all like the contiguous bytes to fill the cache line? And you do. So there's all these beautiful automatizations you can do. And I did all this, and then I didn't do anything with it. So now I kind of want to want to cement the knowledge in my head a little bit,
Interesting.
write down
I see.
a little bit about it stuff.
I'm still not sure I understand your behavior though. Like, why would you do this work yourself when you could have the marketing department of a random database company do this work for you? Why?
There's a good question. But I think it's kind of a bit like almost cathartic, right? To actually sit and do research. And I mentioned this on stream as well. It's been a very long time since I sat down and quote unquote studied for 6 hours. But this wasn't studying a material. This was more like, okay, what is this thing? And for every question that I answered, there could be like more follow-up questions. So I started writing these down. And I sort of started filling in this knowledge with assumption. I did use LLMs to look things up. Yeah. And then I took that and I went off and confirmed that from various places. I looked at pictures and diagrams and all that stuff. And it was really useful to do it. It was like you could sort of quickly get an idea for whether something was true or not through the LLM by doing that, instead of just because there are a lot of weird like we are nowhere near that like hallucination free stuff.
Yeah. But okay, that's interesting. So I personally, one thing that I find frustrating about this stuff, like trying to learn how CPUs work, is that ultimately all the answers, like you can learn some stuff, but then at some point you get this like opaque barrier where they say, yeah, well, the CPU has microcode. So it's like, it's actually a JavaScript interpreter behind the scenes. You don't know that, but like it has like, I think CPUs, I don't remember if it's inside CPUs or some other component of the motherboard. They have like almost Linux distributions in them. Like there was something that had Minix in it.
I remember that.
Yeah, so like, yes, you can learn how cache lines work, but then it turns out that on Intel CPUs of that generation, when you do this, the CPU sees that you 5 instructions down, you have another instruction, and so it will mess things up. And so your mental model of how performance should work, it doesn't match, and because the CPU does weird things. I find it like the moment that you have to reverse engineering the intellectual property of somebody, that's the point where I'm like extremely annoyed. I'm an anti-hacker. The moment it gets to that, I'm like, I'm annoyed. I prefer physical violence over like reverse engineering. Like just beat the answer out of that person.
But you're not wrong. It was like some of the things that I came across was how, for instance, on some Intel CPUs, they keep copies of everything. So what's in the L1 cache is also in the L2 cache. I saw some sort of like workflow or examples of flow where the L1 cache will ask the L2 cache for some data, and the L2 cache then tracks which other cores L1 caches has the data and invalidates it and stuff.
Which is what makes atomic variables sometimes slower than mutexes, even though at a high level they don't look like they should, because an atomic variable seems like you just do the operation atomically, and you don't like take a lock, they return the lock. But the problem is that changing an atomic variable means that the coordination that you described has to happen anyway, just at a lower level, because the core needs to synchronize that value also with other cores, depending on the I forget the name, the consistency level that you choose.
I don't know what that is.
The things like monotonic, sequential, cast.
Sequentially consistent, relaxed. So the different atomic orderings. Yes.
Yes. So like if you select monotonic, basically this might be an oversimplification, but roughly speaking, if you choose monotonic as like the most clear-cut example, every time you touch an atomic variable that is also loaded by other threads, which makes sense, because otherwise, why would that thing be an atomic variable in the first place? Most of the time. So then, the caches have to synchronize. And
answering Sam Kolek's higher up comment, there is an oxymoron and using an element then looking up. It's not like that, Sam. So it's more like you ask some kind of question and then you get a bunch of stuff back from an LM, and then you don't get like yes or no answers. You get something like, this is how the CPU works, and it does all this and that. And then you take a portion of that, and then you go and verify that that is actually what it's talking about, that there's some truth to it. You don't get an answer from your question, and then you take that question and put it into a search engine. You kind of get, what is it that I should be looking up? What can I look up? So it's more of a way to generate additional search queries, right?
I would put it that way. You have to treat the AI output as like advice coming from somebody that works for Sam Altman, because that's at the end of the day what ChatGPT is. So ChatGPT works for Sam Altman. It doesn't work for you. So like, if you were to take advice from somebody that works for Sam Altman, should you take that advice at face value? I don't think you should. I think you should always be a little bit skeptical, double check things, worry that they might be hallucinating something somewhere. So I think that's the appropriate way of treating AI.
Yeah, I think to me it's a rubber duck. It's something to point you in a direction, but it should never be the final destination when you try to look something up, right? But yeah, no, that's kind of interesting. Okay, so Loaded says congrats on the 0.14 release. Thank you, Loaded. I worked really hard on that.
Thank you, Toggle.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me. I will take most credit for that. Okay, so you released Zig 0.14.
Yeah,
right?
Actually, you know what? I'm a dum-dum. I didn't mention it as something that we could read, but maybe we could not read all of it, but maybe there's like a couple entries that we could scroll through. What do you think? Yeah. Like to warm up the stream? Shall we take a look at the Zig 014 release notes?
Oh yeah. To answer Sam again, 0.14 of Zig.
Yeah. New version of Zig.
On it more than ChatGPT because you trust someone working for Sam Altman less than someone working for Diamond. I think that's a weird leap to make, Marvin. I think everyone puts all this in the antitrust bucket, right? Like there's not like you don't trust one large corporation particularly more than another one. Like you just treat them with like with cynicism and skepticism as a whole, and it makes you a lot less disappointed when 6 months down the line they change everything in the licensing and you're knackered, right?
Okay, so this guy is the CEO of Anthropic. By the way, I just learned that fact right now. I didn't even know that he was the CEO of Anthropic. Well, yeah, good for him. I don't know that dude. I mean,
good for him. I don't personally know him, but you know,
Italian American apparently. So, well, no,
man,
I wouldn't trust his
during our co-streams, we have found so many dodgy Italians, right? I mean, I'm just gonna start asking if you're doing this on purpose, okay? It was like the bed company. Was it something with Redis as well? Some people working for Redis IO, whatever. Like there's so many. You uncovered some like in the past. You had some great Italians like Da Vinci, right? Famous for his movie editing software, but now you have you have like the dodgy Italians. The 8 Sleep? Was that what it was called? 8 Sleep?
I don't remember. There was a number, yes, something along those lines. But yeah, the AI, not AI, sorry, the IoT bad company, yeah.
Man, that was so bad.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, let me try. Okay, maybe to balance the scales, we can think of modern, illustrious Italians. Although, you know what? I'll say one thing. It's usually Italians that either moved to the United States or like were born in the United States. So just keep that in mind. Maybe there's a button there.
It's the evicted Italians. I got it. Okay. I was going to say one final thing about the CPU cache because of what you mentioned as well. One of my main takeaways when it comes to CPU cache, other than like the practical stuff, is how you organize your data. You kind of have an awareness of cache lines in the way you organize your data, and you can reap some free performance improvements from that. But treat it like a magical black box because they work differently on different CPUs, and you have no way of observing it, and you have no way of affecting it directly. There's no load this data into the L1 cache, but rather the CPU will do that for you, right? So that's my takeaway from that. It's like it's a magical black box, and if you're clever about how you organize your data, you will get some benefits from it.
Yep. Which is why DoD is nice, because, well, or rather, like array of structs, struct of array, because if you do the struct of array transformation, then when you're scanning multiple structs, the data that you put in your cache lines is much more pure. So since we're talking about shady Italians, we might as well go all in with the drag analogy. So like it's much more pure. Like it gives the CPU a much bigger high, right? Because sorry, maybe just for people in chat, in case this is not immediately obvious to you what I'm talking about. So the idea is this: let's say that you have like 1,000 structs, and they all have a Boolean field, and you want to check if the Boolean field is true or false for all those structs, like in a for loop. So if you have your structs laid in memory, like full struct, then full struct, then full struct, but you're only scanning the Boolean field, then you will load everything in your cache line. So you will load like 1 struct and a half, 2 structs, 5 structs at every load into a cache line. But then most of the data in there, it's useless to you because you only want to jump from Boolean field to Boolean field to Boolean field. If you instead turn, quote unquote, your like data storage 90 degrees, and you have one array for all the Boolean values of so like one array per field. So one array that contains the Boolean flag, one array that contains one field, one array that contains another field, then you only scan the array with Boolean values. And now when you load that stuff into a cache line, it's only the Boolean values. So like you get much more mileage. You get much more mileage out of your cache lines. So that's the basic principle of doing this transformation.
Skyler says, wouldn't that get rid of padding? Well, you wouldn't have any padding in an array of bools.
No, but that's the point. Yes, you wouldn't, but you might have padding if you have an array of structs. Because if the struct has, I don't know, like let's say that it has, even if it has just a Boolean field, then the struct has to be, I don't know. Well, no, let's say that it has a Boolean field and then a U32 number. So now the struct needs to have 3 bytes of padding because there's
unless you ask Swift. If you ask Swift, did you see the Swift stream yesterday?
No, sorry, I was super busy yesterday.
That's okay,
man.
That's okay.
God damn it! After spending, did you record it?
It is in there. It's just not public. I can probably get you a link to it.
Okay, how was your Swift experience?
When you put one U32 followed by 3 bytes, then it reports the size of the struct to 7. It kind of omits the padding when you ask for the struct size.
Okay.
And I thought that was really funny. That was probably one of the more interesting things that happened during the stream yesterday, and it was at the very end because we actually had like an interesting conversation about these things, rather than just flopping. I mean, Swift was kind of interesting. It was a simple enough language because of the previous languages I've used. So it was like kind of easy enough to guess your way into how things should work, right?
Mm-hmm.
But thank you. Try something there. That's kind of it. But the stride was 8. No, yes. But so the thing that I mentioned that on stream as well, it's like, I don't know any language that reports the size without the padding except for Swift. So it's like, no, you don't get to see the padding. You just get the sum of your fields, which is meaningless because that can never exist without the padding anyway.
Interesting. So the way it works in Zig is that if you ask the size in bytes of a struct, you get the information with padding. But if you ask
every language
bits,
I know does that.
Yeah, but if you ask the size in bits, so there's like byte size of and bit size of. Bit size of will omit the padding. Because the idea is that if you're asking for a bit level precision, and it means that you're interested in like being very precise about it, and like you're probably packing this data in some serialization thing or something of that kind.
And it makes sense when you ask for the size of something like a U3, right? There is no So,
Exactly.
but if you're asking for, yeah, exactly, if you're asking for bits, but if you're asking for the size of a U3 in Zig, I cannot imagine that will report anything other than 1, right? Because it's gonna still have to occupy 1 byte
If you,
to store
yeah,
it.
if you say,
If you don't pack it,
yeah, if you do byte size of, you will get 1, and if you do bit size of, you will get 3.
But these are different things, because you're not storing things in bits when you're talking about like how many bytes do I need on the stack for this thing. You're never gonna ask that in bits, right? So that kind of makes sense.
It's
right?
different use cases.
Yeah, so what Donut Viking says, the Swift reports both. It switched the default meaning of size to be without padding and stride to mean with padding. Yeah, no, I got that right, and it kind of it makes its own sense, I guess.
I think it's not
But
just Swift though that does this, that has these two concepts in there. Like the specifics of what they report, I'm not sure about. But for example, one situation where I had to learn like the hard way about stride, in a more maybe complex sense than what Donut is describing. So I'm not sure exactly what Swift does. I'm basing this assumption. The statement I just made is based on what you guys told me. But when I was doing audio stuff, I discovered that you know the higher quality 24-bit encoding for audio. Like sometimes you have like higher quality 24-bit samples. And the problem with 24 is that it's 3 bytes. So then now you have to ask, okay, let's say that I have then a chunk of audio, and this chunk of audio is a sequence, it's an array of 24-bit samples. So every sample is 3 bytes. So do you put the padding or not in there? So is it going to be 3 bytes and then 3 bytes and then 3 bytes? Or is it going to be 3 bytes, then an empty byte, a padding byte, and then another 3 bytes? And like the answer is that apparently you can do both, and some audio libraries have like a stride property setting that you pass to decide which in the two cases you are, and it's super annoying. So long story short, I used to think that 24-bit encoding was cool. Now that I saw how annoying it is to deal with, I don't like it anymore, and it's going to be 32-bit float for the rest of my life.
Yeah, you have Unicode as well. That's not 32 bits per
that one
character
is
float
the one I believe. People in chat help me out because I always forget. Is it 21 or 26 or what? I think 26. Is it 26? Not 21?
26 for Unicode, right? Well, I think it's 3 bytes per and then some, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's 26. Honestly, I mean, we can just find out, right? Whoopsie. Unicode 26 bytes.
Okay.
Let's see if we get anything here, right?
So if they could make do with 2 fewer bits, we could just have
not
24.
per code point, Skylar. 26 bytes, but includes a vast range of character. I think we're gonna go to this one and just look for 26 bytes. It doesn't say anything about 26 bytes there.
It's in Unicode 1-4 bytes. Oh, Skylar. You naive soul. I don't know if we should tell you how dark and deep the Unicode madness goes.
It can be 1 byte if you have an ASCII character, but it's allowed to take up to 24 bytes, but you have the little flags on there as well.
Yeah, wait. Right? Okay, so there's one big distinction that needs to be made. Unicode versus UTF encodings. So UTF-8 is an encoding that maps to Unicode values, but UTF-8 goes from 1 to 4 bytes. Then you have UTF-16 that goes between 2 and 4 bytes. And then you have UTF-32, which is just 32 byte values. They all are different encodings that map to the same dictionary. Let's call it a dictionary. And that's Unicode. So Unicode in total has 2 to the 26 values in it. Maybe they're not all used yet, but that's the space basically available to the Unicode standard to add new weird emojis in, and also other language, and also support for other languages. So then if you have UTF-8, then UTF-8 can give you a single byte, 2 bytes, 3 bytes, 4 bytes, and that, depending on the structure of that byte, maps to one value in the Unicode standard. So long story short, UTF encoding is different than the thing that we said when we said 26 bytes. That's basically if you were to count from 0 up to n all the different values in the Unicode standard, you need a number with 26 bits to be able to represent all of them. But then UTF-8 encoding and UTF-16 encoding, they basically give priority in a sense. I don't know if you ever, like if you went to university and did like, I don't know what you call it in English, but like information theory. Basically what you can do is like give bigger priority to things that are used most commonly. So if you think about it, UTF-8 and ASCII, it's giving a lot of priority to simple letters, simple like Roman alphabet letters, because those are the ones that have the shorter encoding, and then they deprioritize other letters, other values, other symbols, because they give them longer encodings. So that's the idea. Like you can have everything wide the same, or you can do tricks to basically make the most commonly used symbols shorter so that they take less space. That's kind of the idea.
Yeah, I have to admit that I am guilty of mixing UTF-8. I don't care about UTF-16 because I don't deal with JavaScript or Windows file path, and I don't care about UTF-32 because I think it's a waste of space. But I do kind of get my UTF-8 and Unicode lumped into the same bucket. So, but of course, UTF-8 is the encoding, as you were. But it's a good encoding because you can check very quickly and very cheaply what is just straight up ASCII characters as well, right? UTF-16 is cringe. Well, so I guess it's more wasteful to use something like UTF-32 on account of you are spending 4 bytes to represent what could be represented with 1 byte. But there's always trade-offs with these things, right? You might get, I don't know, maybe you get a performance improvement if you have a very specific system where you can just count every character as 32 bits and not have to have the additional information in there or whatever, right? I don't know.
It might be worth it for people that have, I don't know, maybe Japanese alphabet, Chinese ideograms, something like that. Maybe for them, using UTF-32 might be worth it. But yeah, for us, not worth it pretty much ever.
Hello, yogurt. So since we're talking about UTF encoding and such, didn't you have a post around this?
Yeah,
I didn't really dig into it. So do you wanna run with that? Are you interested in the post? Should we go over that?
Yeah. Or? Okay. So shall we give a quick scroll to the changelog, 014 changelog, and then we
no. Listen, you're doing it wrong. To promote the language that you're working with, you wait until you have peak view account.
Yeah, it's fine.
Then
let's use Zig to warm up the stream so that then we can go into the hard-hitting AI shenanigans and we can like just look up all at the audience while we read about the latest dumb stuff that's happening.
Okay. Let's do it. All right, I'm gonna swap to your screen. All right.
Okay.
We're on your screen now. We're looking at release notes.
Okay, release notes. By the way, people in my chat were asking, I can find the release notes where I can see them. Go to the website. There's like a button called changes under this is like the thing that tells you, man, I hate this. Okay, sorry, still to mentor. I don't hate you, but I need to vent. I need to vent.
Hey, I wonder what's happening on Twitch today. Sorry, what? Now I don't feel good at all.
When I was designing this website, like I spent so much time bike shedding about this freaking section of the website with people and like thinking, yeah, we need to have a place where, you always see easily, quickly what's the latest version, and you have like a quick button, like quick links to see the changes. and the documentation, it's gonna be awesome, blah blah blah. And then everybody like looks at the website, and you know when you're looking at something and you're passively, you don't pay attention, right? So your brain kinda hides something from you. So that's how people apparently perceive this thing, which is annoying to say the least. I'm possibly blind. No, you're not the only one. You have no idea how many times I got into this discussion in general. Like, ultimately, you know what? The reality is that as much as I'm complaining, the reality is that it's on me to get this stuff right. So I guess this is a design. Maybe it's too busy, and so people don't really pay attention to it because it's too brain intensive to decipher what's going on in this relatively small square. I don't know.
Oh, I kind of wish you had. I kind of wish you would have, instead of saying all this, that you would just asked me without any sort of preface to just go to the SIG website and find the release notes and see how I did that. Right, that would have been interesting.
I should have.
It does. Maybe it should have like a little, maybe not a news section, but some kind of, no. But hang on, why that would only make sense on the day of release, right? After that, it wouldn't really be news anymore. So maybe that's a dumbass idea. All right, yep, scratch that. But this reminds me a little bit of what the Rust website used to look like in the beginning. It was like a hello world example and some bullet points, and it was for developers, right?
Yeah.
Developers were the target audience. Now, if you go to like the Rust programming language website, it's just a bunch of bullshit about memory. Like, it talks about like memory safety, but sorry, it mentions memory safety. If you go to like the Rust website, there's nothing here for programmers. There's no hello world. It's marketing stuff.
Why do you mean
people to invest in?
You have the NPM testimonial by Chris Dickinson.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know also that surname, how that come into being. I don't even want to know, honestly. But in any case, well, you know,
poor Chris, man. I mean, at least his first name isn't Richard, because now you could not win.
You know how people have surnames that based on their job, right? Shoemaker.
Man. We missed a really good post that we could have talked about. Like, you have all the great segues. There was a post the other day about someone whose last name was Null and how much issues they had because of that. They couldn't order airline tickets or anything like that. Loads of issues. Maybe I'm gonna, while you do this, right, I'm gonna go and find that article, right?
Okay. There's also another they even have they have the ultimate Yelp review on the Rust website. So it's a Yelp review by an infrastructure engineer at Yelp. So like you know, it's like
I think that's more like logo than anything, but this says nothing for programmers, right? So programs that goes here, they're not the people who visits this website, right? Maybe you go to the top and you click the learn button and that's about it. If you were to look at like the old version of this thing, you'd have seen like hello world with some bullet points.
Yeah, I remember.
People today don't even know what the memory safety features of Rust is.
Yeah.
They just go, it's memory safe, and it's just supposed to mean something magical.
Well, but look, I'm actually convinced. Like after seeing these reviews, I think I would be open to eating here one time to try it out and see how it is.
It's Rust from now. Andrew's gonna be livid in your chat, man. It's like, what the hell is this now? I'm on it. But the thing is, Christoph, I imagine that in some years from now, the SIG website is gonna go through the same thing, but it's like, this is not for the programmer anymore because everyone already knows about the language. This is something else for someone else that we don't necessarily care about as a program. Right?
When I was working on the Zig website redesign, and by the way, just to manage people expectations, what you see here is the result of the redesign. Now, feel free to, I'll give you a moment to do, okay. So when I was doing this, I was looking at the stuff that happened with the Rust website, And one conclusion that I had, which I remember telling chat at the time and like trying to be super explicit with the Zig community, is that when that time comes from Zig, I will be unapologetically brutal in turning the Zig website into exactly what it needs to be for the next stage of the growth of Zig. And like, so the website is not for you. The website, it's not meant for you as in a member of the community. What is meant for you are the communities. The communities should stay the same and should be nice, ideally for as long as possible. But the website, that's not designed for you. So the day that some clueless CTO needs to be convinced to adopt Zig, I'll put my reviews myself. Like I'll put up my like reviews myself. I'll go find I'll go find all the Instagram influencers. You know, the ones that go do reviews of like eating places. I'll get all the. I will put a YouTube short like sidebar where you have like these vertical reviews auto scrolling all the time. I don't care.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what is done with the to the language for the language, right? It's not like you said. I mean, the website is not for the program anymore. But I mean, like, why do you need to go in like 5 years from now? What do you need to go to the SIG website for, right? You're most likely not gonna look at release notes from the website. There'll be some blog or something else, right? You're not going to go there to learn. You go to the documentation thing directly. It's not going to be a reason for you as a programmer to, if you already know about SIG, why are you visiting the website in 5 years from now? Like, what is that going to give you, right?
Yes.
So I think it's a little bit like that, right?
Yeah. Just one last thing. Like, I don't know for sure if the evolution that the Rust website has is going to be the right evolution for us. So that is to be seen. But if it turns out to be that way, I will do it. But if it doesn't, then I won't. So I don't know. I guess my point is that I'm not like it. It's not like I'm itching to turn the website into a Yelp review page. I don't. But if that turns out to be necessary, I will do it. So, and I will not be apologetic about it. But
I mean, you shouldn't. This is also why. I mean, we have to be flexible in how we are as humans as well, right? If you are not willing to change, if you're not flexible, then you are going to be stuck. So the things that we say and feel today might not even be the same thing that we say and feel tomorrow, because necessity changes and all these things. So as an example, right? I've been very. This is more of a frustration about other things, but I'm a very strong Rust advocate, right? I will talk about it with enthusiasm and vigor, and I will promote anyone to tell them, go and try Rust and see if you like it, if they want to, right? But now I'm getting a little bit fed up with people using this American government report, which we're going to touch on today a little bit, where they want like safe languages. Now I feel like someone who shouldn't be promoting this is promoting this, and that makes me want to take a step back instead. I'm like, no, program C. I am advocating for C and C++ with like no training wheels from here on out, right? Yeah. Now, of course, I'm not, but I kind of feel like so that's not really being flexible, but so I've said many times in the past, I like the programs that I use to not have memory bugs, but I'm happy to program in non-memory safe languages and these kind of things. So the long and short of it is this, right? Whatever we say and do today does not mean that it has to be the same that we say and do tomorrow. If we're not allowed to change, then we're going to be babies for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, talking about change, Jimmy is already on the job. Wasn't that White House statement redacted? I don't think it was exactly redacted. I think that what happened is that they moved all the stuff from the previous administration somewhere else to make room for the new administration. That said, setting aside the I don't know, nuance and like, which might even be like meaningless nuance of what's going on with those files, it's certainly the case that the wind has changed. Like, the times have changed in the US. Now, the more unsafe, the better it is. I'm actually worried for Zig, because now there's going to be a new wave where everybody wants to do the least type safe possible C, and the administration is gonna, for all we know, there's gonna be another report where they say dude, this stuff, it's not unsafe enough. We need more unsafe languages. And it might turn out that Zig is too safe even. Even if it's not nowhere near as Rust, we might still get hurt by being a little bit more type safe than C. Times are rough.
It's not, I mean, like, at that, if you like, I mean, you're in charge of the website. Maybe you should start putting like some safety features on, like safety bullet points on the website,
right?
Because you can build Zig. You can do your safe builds, right, which checks a lot of things for you, right? But here's the funny thing, right? As someone who really likes safe programming languages to exist in the world, and I personally like writing Rust, but I don't like writing Rust because of the safety. I like writing Rust mostly because of the type system. But here's the rub, though, right? I very rarely see conversations about Zig where they talk about any of the safety aspects. The only time I see that is when there are two programmers online somewhere arguing like Rust versus Zig.
Yeah.
And that's when someone will say, yeah, but Zig has these and these features as well. But they are nowhere to be seen, right? Like, you don't see a lot of that material out there. And I think speculating when you have things like this report coming out, and I think, honestly, I think this report is complete nonsense for what it is. I think it's being used instead to promote an agenda left, right, or center. Yeah.
What I found kind of funny about it is that they start by saying, oh, we are like this work group that is looking for like consumer safety on the internet. And we started by making this tool that kind of tells you like not to click random links. Like, I think they start by trying to address URL phishing attempts. And then somehow they get themselves into undefined behavior. Not defining anything, not knowing what any of this stuff is. Like, they understand that there's a URL that looks like an official URL, but it isn't quite right, and that they can be used to steal your grandma's social security number. But then somehow from there they get into memory safety issues.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it's leaps. It's just like wild leaps, which is like, yeah. I've got to be honest and say I haven't actually read the full thing because
I did. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, Anonymous, for gifts up to C++ Goddess.
C++ Goddess.
Thank you so much, Anonymous, for that. I imagine this is the same Anonymous as gift subs to Trump's left cheek and Trump's pants, I think was one of them. But I appreciate you, Anonymous. Thank you so much. Keep it up. But yeah, what Patrick says, blame on the language instead of who wrote the code. Well, I mean, yes and no, though, right? I mean, we can't. If you drive a terribly unsafe car and you crash it into a wall and you hurt yourself, versus you driving a rather safe car and you hurt yourself less, there's a collaboration between you and the tool. But I also don't like the goal take where like we assume that our programmers don't know how to program, so we make a simple language. Yeah. Right? I believe you should teach them how to program instead. That's better. But it's a collaboration between the programmers.
I think there's like a very reasonable way of phrasing this argument in concrete terms that should leave everybody satisfied. Or rather, like everything, there's always going to be some disagreement. But I feel like one very reasonable way of phrasing this is, and I'll use the same example that you were using, like cars, and like cars that could go crash themselves. Let's ignore for a moment the AI bullshit. So let's imagine for a moment that there's software in the car and malfunctioning. Oh, you know what? Let's change this to airplanes. So airplanes, I think it's much easier to understand. So there needs to be software in airplanes. There needs to be safety in airplanes. You mess up the safety, the airplane goes down, people die. That's clear. But okay, so and then should you use Rust for the airplane or not? The answer is I don't know. What I do know for sure is the airplane needs to meet guarantees, right? Standards of quality of the software. Then the quality of the software should mention some properties of the software in terms of testing and behavior that you have confirmed and that you avoid. So, for example, they have redundant systems, that kind of stuff. Now, how do you achieve those goals? Maybe Rust is an answer, is a good answer. maybe there are other answers that are like equally as good or worse or better. So I guess my point is, you have these standards to meet. Then Rust, in theory, if the argument that the memory safety that Rust gives is actually good in that context, then in theory, Rust should allow you to meet those goals in a cheaper way than using C. Because the reality is that it's not like you're using C so you cannot have correct software. That's obviously not true, right? The problem is that C makes it kinda expensive to get correct software because there's a lot of automated validation that you cannot get out of C, and then you have to do manually, and then making changes. Again, since every time you change the code, you can't easily validate a lot of things, so you now have to do a lot of manual review. So you can totally have perfectly safe software also with C with an appropriate process. The question, I guess the question is, in theory, Rust should allow you to meet the same quality standards, but quicker and cheaper. So ultimately, I guess my point is that it's a matter like correctness in software when it comes to large scale industry stuff. It's a matter of process, not of technological choice. And once you have the process in place, then a technological choice may make it cheaper to achieve. But that's it. So like Zig, C, Rust, it's not like any of these things will unlock airplanes that don't crash. I would argue that's an asinine way of looking at it. The reality is that there has to be a quality control process for all software that runs in an airplane, which thankfully already exists.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we have that,
Yes.
luckily. But the thing that we tend to leave out when we have this conversation as humans on various social media is that we're really never looking at all the factors. We kind of go, Rust is safe, so you should write the next software release for an airplane in Rust. But here's the rub. There are no programmers who knows how to write Rust for the aviation industry. So these people don't exist. So it's gonna be super expensive to do that. Maybe you start doing that. I know there's some formal verification of certain Rust compilers out there and so on and so forth for with the goal of having it in the auto industry and aviation. I know there's some companies in Germany who are putting Rust in the cars now and so on and so forth. But the point is, if you have no programmers in that space who can use it, it doesn't matter what tool you give them because it's going to be the wrong tool, right? So you kind of you have to combine the tool with the knowledge, with like all the entire process, not just here's a new language. No, you need a new language. You need people to learn the language. You need a new process, right? Because the process you have for the C code ain't gonna match with the process you need for the Rust code, right? Because you'd be doing a lot of redundant work, and then there should be other work that gets done. And so, yeah, absolutely, right.
Jim has a disagreement. Like Jim, I think that the point is, if we're talking about like critical stuff, like machines that give radiation therapy to patients or airplanes, that stuff has processes in place, and so the technology doesn't matter, because there are processes in place.
Then you have aggressive, rigorous processes.
Then you have ecosystems where you have close to no process. And then I agree, in that ecosystem, then a better technology that reduces the cost of achieving better quality will yield better quality on average, because again, there is no barrier that needs to be passed, right? You make your crappy Twitch chat client, you put it out there, right? And now everybody's using it, and God knows what's happening on their computer.
I did a co-stream with a guy here on Twitch called Don Ho, DONHO, and he works with C, and he writes. He used to write software for medical hardware, right? Where you like having errors in that like cost people's lives. And he talked about, it was a very graphical. I'm not going to repeat exactly what he said, but it was a device that would do something inside humans, and it had I think it had like an actuator amongst other things. For those who don't know, an actuator is like a motorized rod that can extend and retract. And if you're off by a decimal place with something like that, then you could like rupture someone or whatever, right? There's like a lot of horror stories that could come out of that. So I don't think the code is necessary. Like the code in isolation isn't really the problem, But there you solve it with like insane rigorous processes, lots of testing, lots of lab tests, and so on and so forth before you even get close to humans, right? And I think I don't know for sure, right? But I think in the aviation industry, the code that is written for airplanes and stuff like that, this is not modern code, so to speak. This is built upon process. I think we probably use things that's like remnants from the 70s, 80s, 90s, right? At least for how we do certain things there, because again, it's a tried and tested process. And this is what this, like when you hear about a plane crash or something horrible like that, it's rarely like, oh man, if they used Clang instead, this wouldn't have happened, right? It's very rarely down to the language in that case, right? Because I think that's been so rigorously tested, and this is the thing that makes me a little bit livid when it comes to people wanting to rewrite old existing and very solid code bases in another modern language, but without understanding what you're throwing away with the rewrite. So I would say leave the old code alone, write a new version or another whatever of it, make a parallel version of it in a new language, if you will, but don't take something that has been through the paces, that has been tested in isolation and in the public, and then throw that out because it's a new programming language, right? That's like, I love new programming languages to some degree, at least, but I like them. It's interesting, there's innovation going on, but I'm not ready to throw things out just yet, right? If you look at innovation in general, I'll reel this in a little bit, but if you think about some areas, our innovation has not gone anywhere, and it's a pretty sort of, just look at the toothbrush, right? Like there's nothing happening in the world of toothbrushes, right?
Yeah.
What's the latest? Other than like your toothbrush now has Bluetooth for meaningless reasons, and it can track how many teeth you have or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The toothbrush is pretty like stagnant. Toilet brush, all these things are like there's no innovation happening here. There's like no one has come out with anything. You can look at a toothbrush from 1965 or 1995 or 2025, and it will look roughly the same, right? There's no reason to throw things out that works, right? We are very good at discarding things. Anyway, so let's talk about Zig's release notes as well, right?
Yeah, let's take a look. Man, I have this laggy mouse. I'll need to fix it eventually. Okay, so I think, let me see if I can. I'm gonna skim through this list and see if there's anything that you will find interesting.
Is your mouse that laggy? Are we talking about like?
Do you see it? Like,
yeah, but it looks like sort of 5 frames per second. Is that how laggy it is?
Yes, it's not like the desktop. It's my mouse that's like this laggy. It's a Mac moment.
That is insane.
Yeah, it's a Mac moment. It's because I'm screen sharing with you. So in theory, I could screen share something else, but you know what? Wait a second. Okay, you know what? This is gonna be for the next stream, maybe. But now that I think about it, maybe I could do better than this. In any case, macOS Live. Yes, that's the macOS Live. What can you do? Okay, so language changes. Did I show you label switches? I think I did show you already. So I'm gonna open them in another tab, but we probably have seen them already. Deco literals are also interesting. Rest of the stuff.
Did deprecated make it into the release then?
About that.
No, what happened?
So about deprecated. So long story short, it turns out that implementing deprecated with the semantics that Andrew wanted, which are definitely really good, like the semantics that he proposed, like that he changed at deprecated to, is better than what my original proposal was. So I'm totally on board on doing it that way. But what happened is that actually to implement that correctly, it's way more complicated than what I assumed. And so while I was working on it, and like, you know what, I'll drag MLAG down with me, and MLAG saw and also didn't notice that it was a wrong implementation. So I'm gonna drag MLAG in the mud with me. So long story short, no, the implementation was actually not right, because it was based on the original semantics that I offered initially, just slightly tweaked, and the slight tweak wasn't it. It wasn't it. So long story short, it needs to be re-implemented from scratch, because it's complicated. It needs to. It's not a matter of where the deprecated line is in the source code, but in order to decide whether to produce an error or not. But it's also a matter of how did you get there? Did you get to that line of code from a function call in a dependency, or did you get there directly from the root package, from the code that you are writing yourself as the author? And so you need to do this like path tracking, and yeah, that's not trivial. That is expensive, and it needs to be optimized for like this feature cannot have a gigantic impact on performance, obviously in compilation performance. So yeah, deprecated didn't make it. It's still an accepted proposal, because I think that deprecated is super freaking cool if we can pull it off, but the implementation will have to be more complicated, and to do it right, it will have to be somebody that knows more about the compiler front end than me. So
I have an alternative take on this. I think we need to take to social media and start shaming Andrew into accepting it.
to accept a completely broken implementation.
I am leaving the Zig project. I have had enough. Andrew's a bully. Oh, beautiful.
Right.
Okay. So right. What's you were sort of going on about the highlights of this release, right?
Yeah. So I'm opening label switch, deco literals, all of these other stuff. I think it's not particularly interesting for you. Maybe these two very briefly. A bunch of stuff got renamed. Not particularly interesting. Standard library. Oh, this one is gonna be nice. Also this one, and maybe the compile time one. Where is it? Where is it? Zone parsing and serialization, but is this the compile time one? I don't remember. I'm gonna open it anyway. Then let's see, build system. This one you might like, this one you might like. Oh, this is the import zone that I thought about, that I actually wanted. And then maybe fuzzer. Yeah, maybe fuzzer. Okay, so let's go very quickly. So label switch. Did you see this one already? I don't remember if we saw it together, but basically you can have a switch, and then you can give it a label, and you can continue to that label by providing a new value that will become the new argument of the switch that basically decides where to send you next.
Oh, so you can wait. Wait 1 second.
Yes.
This looks like so. Could you on the second arm where it says 2? Could you continue foo 2 and end up in an infinite recursion?
Yes, you can have an infinite loop. Like, think of it this way: this one at the bottom is how you would write it with a normal while true plus switch. And then the above is the same thing, but the while true is implicit. Like, you have looping here because you jump back to the, let's say, quote unquote, the top of the switch.
So it's not something that would suffer TCO, lack of TCO or anything like that. It's not like a recursive function.
No, it's not.
It would just generate instructions to move
like
up and start
basically.
again.
Yes.
Okay. All right. In that case, that's really nice. That's a really nice quality of life thing.
That thing is, it's not only quality of life, but it also, by allowing you to express static dispatch, like every time you go into 1, you will always go into 2. And that is very easily, like, very explicitly written in the source code. While in this case here, in the one below, it is also written, but it's written as a side effect. So it's much harder for an optimizer needs to observe the side effect and conclude that the side effect is basically doing this. Well, this one is much more straightforward, and it allows you to implement a thing called DAF device. So basically, this helps a lot with tokenizers. It makes tokenizers faster.
Okay. Right. I want to ask what's a DAF device, but I do think that we are going to be here for hours if you tell me that.
Yeah.
But quick question though. With the while version of this thing, you could add some additional, now if I remember my Zig correctly, you can add additional code that will be executed for every while loop, right?
Yeah, you can put something at the top, which you don't really have here. Correct.
And it will be executed even if you continue, but you're missing out on that in this foo switch example.
Correct.
Right? I mean, it's a that was kind of a roundabout way of saying, is there anything in here that gives you the same thing, but it doesn't? Do you think?
No, you would have basically to do that explicitly, right? In every branch that you want this thing to happen, for every branch you would have you would put there like a function call, or you would copy paste that statement multiple times.
And the question about the no, actually no, let's not ask that. With the new code here, will this generate faster code or faster compile time?
It would be faster code that gets generated. And
maybe I say that because you said it will help the tokenizer, and I thought maybe that's
Oh, sorry, you're talking about okay, so the Zig tokenizer has been rewritten to make use of this new language feature, and it is faster, and I can show you that.
Hello, Pope.
And I can show you that. There we go. So Zig tokenizer updated to use label switch statements. So so this stuff was implemented by mlug, the label switch syntax.
I feel like the magic is gone when I know the first name now. So it went from mluggle to mlug to Matthew, right?
Yeah, Matthew.
We shall go back to the chicken wrangler at some point. So, all right, to go on. Sorry.
Yeah, so implemented it, and then somebody else implemented moving the Zig compiler to that. Can I please? Thank you. So they basically changed the compiler to make use of the new syntax, and they got a 13% speed increase, which doesn't mean that compilation has become faster. It means that tokenization has become faster. So it's a lower percentage when it comes to the overall compilation speed. But still, if you compare like just pure tokenization performance, it's significant. Like 13%, it's of overall time. That's significant.
That is pretty good. But yeah, so it is faster. We would add to faster compile time then, right?
Yes, not 13% faster compile time, but definitely like a meaningful difference in how fast the tokenizer is. So that was really good. Yeah, so that's label switch. Next one is decal literals. Well, you know what? Since you've just done Zwift, maybe you will like this one. So in Zig, you can whenever you need to pass like an enum value, you can just do .foo. Whenever like you're passing an enum argument somewhere or like assigning an enum value. Now you can do .foo also for decals defined inside of a type. So inside of a type S, if you have a decal of that same type, then you can do .default in this case to assign to a value of S default. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if I've explained that nicely.
It does. It makes perfect sense, right?
So
before this, what would the code have looked like? Would you have to say S is equal to S?
Yeah, you would do val equals S.default. This is not particularly interesting this way, but it becomes much more interesting if I can bring up my terminal. because that becomes a thing with these guys, with, for example, array list unmanaged, where you can say array list unmanaged. Previously, you would do this in Zig. You would do default initialization. This is an empty array list. Unmanaged means that it doesn't even want to accept an allocator, because you will be expected to pass an allocator every time you invoke, every time you call append to it. So it can have a default initialization value, but the problem with default initialization is that it also allows you to change individual fields independently. So you could create a malformed array list in theory. Maybe for the array list, it's not something that you would do in practice, but imagine a more complicated type. You as a user, you could think, oh, well, you know what? I'll say capacity equals 5, but if you, and that would compile and it would work. But the problem is that now you have initialized an array list that thinks that it has space for 5 items, but the other field that should contain a pointer to heap memory, you left to undefined. And now this is a wrongly initialized array list. This is completely wrong. So that's basically a danger of default initialization, because it allows the user to personalize only some fields, and they could then break invariants.
Okay. So this is about this dot empty is now, like, can you go to the definition of dot empty so we can see that as well, just for so it has the capacity and it has the item, or I guess that's not the item. It's a pointer to an empty.
It's an empty slice, so it points the pointer value. I think it might be even undefined, but it doesn't matter. It has len 0. Like when len is 0 in a slice, normally the pointer field doesn't matter much, and in this case it definitely doesn't. So in the future, I think these guys here, like these default values here, are left for backwards compatibility. But in the next iteration of Zig, like in the next release, they will probably go away. So it will become a compile error to use default initialization, because there is no default initialization. You only have like these, I don't know what to call it, like a pre-made config, basically. But again, because the point is that when capacity is 0, this has also to be set to an empty slice. If you forget to do this, or like, you know what, maybe in this case it's not a big problem, but in some cases you might have structs where there are invariants between those fields that need to be respected, and so you cannot let the user change them independently, or rather, if you do that, then that's a foot gun.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, where this becomes pretty cool, so let me undo all the changes that I did here. Another place where this becomes pretty cool, where is the RGB example?
Let me see. I'm gonna try to answer Baba in the chat here. So it's default in Rust would be a traits implementation that says that this type has a default function to generate something. So you will have the same problem in any programming language, where you can say that a combination of values is a specific set of combinations of values is an invariant you have to uphold. For instance, when it comes to a collection that has nothing in it, the length should never be anything other than 0, and the memory that you can access should be nothing, because there is no value in there. And likewise, a collection with a length larger than 0 should have valid memory. This is not a situation that you can easily run into in Rust because of Rye and other things, but I guess that's kind of what this thing helps with. It helps you set up for these invariants, to uphold these invariants with these dot empty, dot default, dot.
For example,
it's kind of these kind of things, right?
Yeah. Look at this other example. Like you have an RGBA start, so you have colors, and then you can give names to specific color combinations, and then you can use them very nicely, as if they were like enum cases almost, but they're actually top level decals. So yeah, you create RGBA, and then you list out all the colors they are meaningful to you, and so you can use them as a shorthand this way, instead of having to manually specify RGBA everywhere.
I like the word decal literal, right? That's clearly a very internal phrase as well. So what's the full name of this?
Well, declaration.
Declarative?
No,
Or
declaration literal, because these are
declaration? Okay.
declarations.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. That makes sense.
So yeah, this
Hello,
is
Karatham.
this is really nice. You can also do this with functions. So here I could also do, let's say that it's not an array list unmanaged, but it's an array list, and I can do .init. Did you expect that one?
I don't know what I expect at this point, but I remember that I don't remember too much of Zig here for like some of these things. Are like, has that always been there, or is it new? I don't know, but I think that's gonna be more for your audience than not, right?
Okay.
Paco is throwing a hand grenade into the room right there,
turning into another meme. Holy cow! Fighting words, huh? Paco, you're also doing that in my chat. You know what? I could have understood this was coming from Toggle's chat. I was like, fine. But you're coming.
No. My chat is way too nice, kind-hearted, and respectful of other people's feelings. But I can see that the Zig community does not foster this attitude. Okay. Hello, Ross.
If the default initializers for Rust array list unmanaged were removed, would you still construct an invalid array list by manually specifying items and capacity? Well, it depends on what you put in there, right? So at that point, like if you want to be super evil, it's up to you. So like if you opt into manually specifying this whole thing, then sure, you decide what to put in there. But I would say this puts friction, in my opinion, in the right place. It doesn't lock you out completely of doing manual initialization. You should always be allowed to do manual initialization in Zig. It makes no sense to like it doesn't make sense in the language to gatekeep entirely your ability to do things. What it makes sense for the language is to put friction in places so that you don't accidentally end up doing dumb stuff. And that's pretty much what this feature is doing here. Also, but also it's giving you this stuff. Like, this is so cool. I've wanted this stuff for a long time, which I believe Swift has. I don't know if you saw this when doing Swift, but I believe with Swift you can kind of do the same, because I remember being able to specify colors just by doing dot color.
Maybe. I honestly don't remember, and this is like, I always have to stress this when I've done a new language on stream, that I don't really have any knowledge of the language. Yeah. So when I give my 2 cents, they're more like 250p, right? They're not worth anything, right?
Okay, so people are saying that's from Objective-C. Swift took it over. That's awesome. Okay, well, Toggle, to be fair though, also in your defense, most of these languages are like huge. Swift is huge. Like literally learning all the things that are in the language. It's complicated.
Yeah, you're not gonna get that done in 4-hour sitting. But it did open some. It's always nice to see like various things that other programming languages does, and you can, if you sort of look at it from through the lens of forgetting what you're used to, which is kind of impossible, but you try to see like what's good that's there. And there were a few things that I kind of liked about Swift. I think like my biggest gripe was probably the compile time, and this is coming from a Rust developer.
Yeah.
But yes. Okay, let's see. So you got the question. What was this thing? How is this safer from Sam Kolek? I'm guessing it's safer because it gives you like pre or initializations blocks rather than you writing it yourself. It's more. I don't think it's a safety. If I understand this correctly, it's not a safety feature that prevents you from doing something wrong, but you're setting people up with predefined safe situations rather than you having to know to craft the situation safely yourself, right?
Yes, in general, in Zig, safety doesn't imply making it impossible for a user to do something. We generally do not concern ourselves too much with like, you know how in Rust you have these ironclad guarantees, right? Then requires full soundness of a design to make it really impossible for somebody to do something.
Yep.
Zig doesn't look at it that way. In Zig, the underlying, I guess the baseline truth is that it's your memory. you should be able to do everything. It's an American language, so it's like no.
I like loaded's take on it. It's like a handrail versus a brick wall.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good way of putting it. So the idea is that it's your memory. You should allow to mess with it the exact way you want, but there's clearly better and worse ways of going at it. And the idea is to make it easy and straightforward for you to do the well-formed manipulations, and then make it clear that if you're like adventuring into weird territory, you can do so, but like you shouldn't. The idea is that you shouldn't do that unknowingly.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. And if I were to sort of throw my 2.5p into the conversation as well, I think for someone like me who's not an avid Zig user and know the language inside out, if I'm gonna write Zig and you give me two safe alternatives versus here's a thing where you can just change the length and the capacity and the pointer whenever you want to, having these safe alternatives is obviously gonna make things. Having these handrails is obviously going to make it nicer for me to work on it and work with the language rather than and also you can probably document these things a lot better than saying a documentation block for the entire thing where you say, and you can't do this and you shouldn't do that and you have to do this. Instead, you kind of have two of these init blocks of different variety, and you can specify why they exist, and there's like a lot more information you can convey with this thing. So I can see the benefit of this.
Absolutely. And the point is that you for the reader, like you want common, well-informed transformations to be easily understandable by the reader. But the point is that in Zig, you don't want to lock people out of things completely, because you want people to do unsafe stuff when it's time to do unsafe stuff. And again, I'm not saying this is a knock on Rust or anything. You guys have unsafe blocks, so you also have escape hatches. But let me give you an example, okay, of occasionally wanting to do on purpose weird stuff. Zig Coder maybe might enjoy this in chat or hate this. I don't know. But I have... So I'm adopting string tables in. So what are you looking at? You're looking at the code base of my static site generator. This is a branch where I'm making a standalone version of it. Currently, my static site generator depends on the Zig compiler. Now I want to get rid of that dependency and just be a fully standalone, self-sufficient, that static site generator that needs no compiler. And so I'm implementing a bunch of stuff myself, and I'm trying to make it efficient using things like string tables. So I basically have like hash maps where string keys, I want to put them one after the other in a huge array of bytes. And I want to basically use only indices into that string table, so numbers, as my actual hash map keys. There's a variety of reasons why this might be or a good idea, or like the implications of doing this choice. But in any case, for me, this also becomes a thing into what I call the path table, where I have a path table for me is a list of indices into the string table, where every index is a component of the path. So if you have foo/bar/buzz, that would be maybe 1, 2, 3 in my representation, because 1 is index 1 in the string table, 2... Well, probably wouldn't be 2. It would be like 5. So the second item is another index into the string table, etc. So at some point, I have this function called intern path, where the idea is you provide an actual path. So something like this, right? foo/bar/buzz. And I need to turn this into an array of, 20, 50, and then maybe, 5. Is an array of indexes really smaller in memory than a typical path?
But it's not. It's going to be a lot faster to look these up because you don't have to hash the numbers. I'm guessing you're not using a hash map, right, or something.
Zig Coder, the answer is I'm not sure. I'm experimenting with this. There's also another big problem with this, which is I'm still doing zero termination, and zero termination is clearly a bad idea for these use cases. So I don't want to sell this to you as a good idea. I'm just messing with it.
Why are you doing zero termination? Don't you have the length of the slice?
Because in the string table, you don't know how to stop. Like you want to have one index into the index table, but then either you put there a length like a byte, or well, maybe more than a byte, like a 32-bit value that is going to be the length, or you use null termination. For strings, null termination is a good idea. In any case, that's a small detail, but here's what I wanted to show you with the weird shit that I do here. So you give me a path, and I have to turn this path into an array of numbers, right? Of U32 numbers. Now, since this thing can be arbitrarily long, more or less, this can also be arbitrarily long, more or less. So normally you tend to have two choices. One is you have an hard-coded buffer, and where you say, you know what, I will assume that these paths never get longer than 256 components. And if that's the case, then we crash the program and we complain, and then either the user moves the entire website a little bit closer to the root of their file system, or they open an issue. Or you do heap allocation and you say, yeah, I will able to heap allocate an array list. Time for linked list? No, this is so much worse.
It's never time for a linked list.
No, this is so much worse. Yeah, or you heap allocate an arbitrarily long buffer in memory and you call it a day. Here's what I was doing here, which again, I don't know if this is really the ultimate solution. It's just a clever thing that I came up with. But, clever isn't always good. But here's the idea.
Clever isn't always smart, right?
Yes.
But I like it. So far, all of this kind of makes a lot of sense. I still didn't get why you null terminate, but don't worry about explaining that.
Yeah.
We don't have to get into that detail.
So here's how it works. Adding something into my path table basically means that the path table is already a huge list of numbers, right? It's already a huge list of numbers that has 2, 4, 0, and then has 5, 10, 20, 0, right? So the idea is this is going to be one path with the null terminator. This is going to be another path with a null terminator. And then we want to append, potentially, since we're trying to insert this other thing, we'll want to add another one. But we don't know for sure yet, because we might be trying to intern. Interning also means deduplication. Like the word interning actually implies, I think, deduplication more than anything else. So It might be that we already have seen this path. So it turns out that maybe this already exists somewhere in memory. But we don't know that yet. So how do we do this? So here's how I did it. The way I do it is that I say, well, here's what I will do. I'm basically going to extend the array list that contains these numbers. I add unused capacity. So I'm extending it, but these are not active items. These are like unused slots that I will know are going to be there. And then I take a slice starting basically only inside of the inactive memory that I know it's going to be there, but it's not actively used by the array list yet. And then I put there these values as I compute them. And then if it turns out that this is indeed a new path and it needed to be added to the string table, then I increase length. I move length forward and the bytes are already there because that's where I store them temporarily. If it turns out that actually the path already existed, so we don't need to append anything new because they are already somewhere earlier, then I do not increase length. We have extra unused capacity right now that it's there and it's like not actively used, but it will be used later on. So I basically I leave that data as garbage data that then will be overwritten afterwards. So why am I showing you? What is my point here? I guess my point is that basically I'm like kind of optimizing, because if I put this stuff elsewhere, then in the end it would need to be copied into the table one way or another. So I just put it there right away. I just put it past the end of a slice, and I just move the slice forward. The end of the slice forward in the case where I need to quote unquote activate that memory.
I think I did something like this not too long ago myself, but I did do a length prefix. But because I knew that this was not going to be, there was not going to be a lot of data in there, I think my length prefix is like a U16 or something like that. And it contains some other bits like that. So that's interesting. So you just went with a null instead. So you have to scan, if you were to traverse, you have to scan every single value and then count every time you meet a null, you count that as one entry, and then you start again for the next entry, instead of just jumping to offsets. But either way, everything's a trade-off, right?
Yes. Well, the reason why this is not a big deal is because this is tied also to a hash map. So the hash map contains the index. So when you want to find a path, you how can I say? You hash the values, and then you get an offset into the table. So long story short, you normally don't scan it linearly. When you, for example, to see if this path was already present or not. Once you have this gets fed to a hash map implementation, and that will give you an offset. So U32, it will give a number into the string table. So basically, there's the string table comes also with a hash map with it, so that you don't have to do linear scanning.
Okay.
Ever.
Yeah, that is. Oh man, this stuff is interesting because you don't have to do linear scanning, so it's faster, but you have to pay for the hash function. There's all this trade. I'm not saying that your hash function is going to make it slower. I'm just talking about this in general. When you look at these things, because generally when people talk about big notation and the such, we're talking about it from the perspective where we've done all the work to do the lookup or the removal or the insert or whatever.
Yeah.
But we're doing the work ahead. We have to do the work ahead of time as well. But it's interesting. It's interesting. So how come you opted for a hash map here instead of something else to work with indices? Do you have a hash implementation that is really fast for numbers, or is this a case that we don't really care? Is that maybe that's more of a
well, I need a hash map because that's how I achieve fast deduplication. Since I need to deduplicate stuff, then having a hash map allows me to know much faster if a value is already present or not. Because the alternative would be linear scan every single time.
Yes, that makes perfect sense why you would use that. Okay, yes. Now then for some reason I was kind of missing that part, but that makes sense.
The null termination versus length thing is wait, okay, sorry. People are asking about my branch. No, you shouldn't go here. I'll send you a link later. Remind me if I forget, but that's not it. It's from another person. It's from Solicious. The fork of Helix that I'm using. In any case, so the null termination makes perfect sense for strings because so the point is how much space you're occupying with your string table, and you want your string table to be small ideally. So when your individual item is a byte, because your string table literally contains strings, null termination means that the length of the string is represented in memory with one single byte placed at the right location. While instead, if you have a length prefix and you want your strings to be longer than 256 characters, then you would need to have a U32 prefix to every entry. So basically, you would have 4 bytes for every entry in your string table for a U32, while instead with a null terminator at the end, it's only 1 byte, and actually it's still 1 byte for strings that are even larger than 4 gigabytes in theory. That part doesn't matter much, but the point is that the null terminator allows you to save a lot of bytes for entries in a string table. Now, for my path table, null termination is a much worse idea because every slot in my every item in my table is a U32 value. So wasting 4 bytes for 0, it's not a good idea. But I know how to improve on it. Like if this path thing turns out to make sense, I know how to improve on it. So that's why you use null terminators, basically save space. Okay.
Okay. So this was, and that's why was it the decal literals? That's why decal literals.
Yeah, so we got decal literals. Okay, let's go fast with the other stuff so they won't waste all day. So path
no one ask any questions, okay?
Skip. SMP allocator. This one is cool. So Zig has.
Do you internally call it the simp allocator?
No, we don't. Maybe we
Why?
could. I don't know.
Not?
You know what? There's Jonathan Blow that makes a joke about simp. What is simp? What does simp stand for in Jai? I'm sure somebody in chat must know this. There's a simp namespace in the Jai standard library. Simple graphics, right? But he was like making a lot of jokes about simp, like as in simping, blah blah blah. In any case, so yeah, no, that's a Jonathan Blow joke. At least that thing we're not gonna steal.
No, fair enough. Okay.
No, okay, so the SMP allocator, it's basically a good performance allocator that we right. Jai also has get wrecked. Yes. So this is just a good allocator. It's an allocator that behaves better than the general purpose allocator that we had before. So general purpose allocator has been renamed to debug allocator. So it won't. It's not expected to be used in release mode anymore. And SMP allocator is a good performance multi-threaded allocator for Zig, basically a competitor to malloc. And in fact, when compared to malloc, it behaves roughly the same, maybe slightly better in some ways. And also, it's 200 lines of code apparently. I can promise you, malloc in glibc is not 200 lines of code. So pretty good. So we have a new good performance allocator, and all GPA is now considered a debug allocator. This part is skip file system watching. We have watch, so now the compiler can stay on and like keep rebuilding every time you save files.
Oh, that's really nice. I was looking for that with Swift yesterday, and I couldn't find that. When I don't set up my my text editor for anything other than syntax highlighting, then I didn't even have like building and stuff in there, and I just open up another split to run watch, but that didn't exist for Swift. Or maybe it exists, but Swift watch wasn't a thing, and then it suggested something else. But it might exist. But that's really nice. That's a nice feature.
What if you want to switch between debug allocator and SMP allocator program-wide depending on build mode? You do it done at Weekend Champ. Like you literally can do it. You import built-in to see if you're compiling in debug mode or not, and then you have an if to decide what to do. Like nothing can stop you. Like sky is the limit for you.
Does watch work on all platforms?
It does. Yes. Actually, nice. I think so. Andrew originally implemented it for Linux only, but I think that other people have provided implementations for other platforms. Any estimates for when hot loading is coming? Oh, it's gonna be a while, Tenated. I'm sorry.
What is hot function loading?
Well, it's like the next step after incremental. So incremental means that you patch the executable on disk, and then you restart it every time you make a change. Hot loading is the idea that you quote unquote patch the executable in memory, in a sense. So like,
this is gonna be game developers' wet dream, isn't it?
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I see that. I can see that.
Yeah, which you can already pull off on your own if you really want, by using dynamic libraries and hot code reload and basically a file watcher implementation inside your program. But then I guess the idea is to make this more integrated in Zig. And honestly, I don't know what the implications, like what exactly the trade-offs would be with a different solution. I'm sure certain things would be better, certain modern things would be more complicated.
Well, if you're going to implement it yourself, you have to also implement it yourself. So there is that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So new package hash format. So there's like changes to the package system where now packages have a fingerprint, like a unique value that identifies a package across different versions. Well, I think it's fingerprint plus name that gives you the unique identifier, if I'm not wrong. I might be wrong though. But in any case, this is like a step forward to implementing like automated version resolution in the compiler, which is currently, well, in the package manager, which is currently not implemented. But basically, this broke all the Zig packages that exist out there. They all needed to update to new syntax. But that's fine. That's it's just the Zig life. You can import Zon.
So Casey is asking is Zig 1.0 coming in the near future? Is there a plan for Zig 1.0, right? Like there's an official roadmap, or what does that look like?
Yes. Zig 1.0 means all accepted proposals implemented, compiler development to be considered complete, pretty much. Language has been spec'd. Standard library has been audited and like polished, so that there's going to be like a big phase where basically decisions will need to be made about what belongs to the standard library and what does not actually belong to the standard library and should be evicted. And at that point, Zig will be able to tag 1.0. So long story short, in reality, Zig will become useful for people way before reaching Zig 1.0. Because we'll stop having breaking changes, but we're not quite there yet. Usually the joke is 5 years, but it's been a few years.
Are you gonna adopt some sort of stable beta test different versions of the compiler going forward? So once you reach 1.0, will there be like a test version of the upcoming 1.1 so people can try it out before, or is there any?
That is a good question. Maybe. Well, I mean, currently you do that by compiling Zig yourself if you want to, or you download nightlies. I can see continuing to produce nightlies. I call them nightlies, but they're not actually done overnight. It's just a CI work that keeps going constantly. But it's basically this. Like you do releases. There's the master branch builds. And they build a version of Zig.
Yeah, because like going forward, I'd imagine that most programmers don't want to build the compiler themselves. They will just use the binaries to ship with the dist or their operating system or whatever, right? So I'm guessing that's the future, right? Mm-hmm. That is the aim. And at that point, to get people to try out beta and the stuff before it goes into release is good. But I guess that's kind of maybe that's a conversation that's not even on the table yet.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we make them, we already have unstable builds, so I guess it's just a matter of keep producing them. So yeah, I don't see why not. Is anyone of you knowledgeable in Java? Which chat is that? Oh, it's my chat, so I have to answer this one, huh? Okay.
Christoph and the Java chat.
Toggle, didn't you do Java while you were trying different languages?
Kotlin, you did so Kotlin. Technically not Java.
Close enough, though. Close enough, I would say.
Walker knows. Not Walker knows all about Java. All right, Niven CS. Not Walker's your dude.
Okay, so Java, Kotlin or Swift, Toggle?
Kotlin, no, Swift. It's gonna be Swift. Better build times. better build times. Okay. But one question I had.
Wait. Kotlin had worse build times than Swift?
Oh yeah. So
what?
Kotlin's build time were out of three languages, Kotlin was the worst, then F#, then Swift. That's how it went. So when I say build time, I mean like a compile run. So you have to start up the CLR for .NET and stuff.
Right, and also the JVM.
But the funny thing with Swift is like, if you guys say, build time, 0.14 seconds. No. It was not 0.14 seconds. When I timed it, it was like half a second. But it doesn't count some of these things, right? And when people ask me, like, why is this relevant? I said, well, it's because of your write compile cycle when you do these things, right? But so Kotlin's being deprecated in some form of Jetpack Compose. Is it though, or isn't Jetpack Jetpack Compose is not a language, is it? Isn't Jetpack Compose like a UI library with some stuff attached on top of it. Now I don't know. That's a question.
So that's a language? The heck is Jetpack?
No, Jetpack Compose is what you use to build like Android apps and stuff, right?
Add composable. Is this? Oh, but wait, is this?
Oh, right. No, okay.
This is not
so
Kotlin
Sam says
syntax.
Swift UI. So Swift UI has its own internal DSL, and I'm guessing this thing does as well.
Yeah, so like, so they basically implemented all the shitty syntax for emulating React, basically.
The Kotlin framework. Swift UI is like Jetpack Compose. What's
it is Kotlin syntax? Wait, is this completely valid Kotlin syntax, or is this like a Kotlin-like but also extra weird shit syntax? Because Swift UI has...
I don't think that's valid with a text widget and brackets there. I don't think that's valid, but I don't remember.
Because Swift UI... Well, Swift UI is valid Swift syntax, but it's only valid Swift syntax like because they added syntax support for all the weird stuff that Swift UI needed to do. It's just Kotlin. Okay, so this is just Kotlin. Okay, so who was saying that Kotlin is being deprecated because of this thing? Like, if it's Kotlin, then how is Kotlin being deprecated?
You better run and hide now, buddy. We're on to you. Right. Yeah, okay. No, Kotlin had the worst build time. I think it was something like 1 point whatever second to like a Kotlin run hello world. F# was somewhere like 0.8 or whatever, I think, and Swift UI was 0.5 or 0.6 maybe it was. I don't quite remember, but yeah, it was a little bit.
Niven CS asks, Toggle, you also need to... We need your input to answer this one. So, well, chat maybe can help as well. Basic Java Object Orientation 1. Graphics 1. Object Orientation 2. Object Orientation 3. Interfaces, Polymorphism, Graphics 2. Data Structures 1. Data Structures 2. Error Handling and Contracts Testing, Development Processes. I need to learn all of these in 14 days for an exam. Would you say it is possible?
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Okay, I'm sorry for laughing, but this kind of just takes me to these like learn whatever in 24 days, right?
Goddamn object orientation. Right? So Java object orientation has 1, 2, and 3 modules of object orientation. Jesus Christ, it's like parent, child, and like nephew.
But what does graphics entail, right? What does it mean to what is graphics in basic Java? That one kind of rots my brain a little. How does that work, right?
Maybe it's about rendering bar graphs so that you can publish misleading benchmarks about how
so then
fast
that's gonna be like make use of some graphics library then, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the Jetpack Compose stuff. Where's the Java Compose?
Well, that would be Kotlin, right? That wouldn't be Java.
Where's Java UI? Okay, wait.
Good grief. I mean, I'm guessing. I'm guessing it's like Spring. Now, Spring is web. Okay. With Java, it's is it libgtx for Java for the OpenGL stuff?
Oh Jesus, I can't keep up with chat. What's going on?
Swing. All right, blurry. Maybe later. I have to speak to the wife first, but hit me up later. Java has Spring on Android too. I thought Spring was the web stuff. Oh man, too many swingers in the chat. We got Java Swing and Java Spring. They definitely need to work on the marketing stuff.
Swing is also, you know what? So if you're bringing up Swing, then you know what I'm going to bring up? I'm going to bring up, what's it called? Google Web Toolkit. Do you remember this one?
Oh, Wait a second.
You might have skipped it. This was real bad. Google,
Pronounced gwit.
yeah,
Okay.
GWT tutorials. Let's do a GWT tutorial. Show me some freaking code, man.
This stream's always derail, and I love it, man.
So where's
5 minutes in? We're doing Java. Here we go.
install Apache Maven. JDK ohm equals path to JDK in square brackets. Where's the source code? Final button, send button, new button. Well, okay, it's basically, I don't know what to call it. It's like, okay, maybe people in chat can help me describe this thing. It's like Qt but web. I don't know if Qt is the right word for it even.
Is this like trying to make the web into a UI, which is now being done by all the WebGL people?
SWT
Is that
but
what this is?
What's SWT?
That would be Flash, wouldn't it? No,
that's
SWT.
That
would be SWF. What was
yes.
SWT?
The graphics part is like the Atari breakup game. Clemens, yes. So, okay, let me address one meta point at this point. What the heck is that course teaching you? What is going on there? So, is this university? Is this a boot camp? Is this an online thing? What is going on? Who is taking your money to teach you object orientation 1, 2, and 3? I can barely answer. I'm mid-league game. God damn it, man.
I love that someone. First of all, you completely up your course, right? So what do? You go on Twitch to find some old nerd to ask questions, and when people address you, you're already snookered with the test, right? You're not paying attention because you're playing League of Legends. Man, just bring your phone to the exam and use ChatGPT and hope for the best, man.
So Crazy Coder was asking earlier, why haven't you started working on it yet? You can do it. Why haven't you started working on it? Here's your answer. It's a league game. Oh my god.
Oh man. Thank you for making the content for us. That's pretty good. Oh.
So, god damn it, man. So, even okay. Let me just make one, I guess, meta comment. You shouldn't change your path in education based on what one of two streamers is telling you on Twitch while you're playing League of Legends. That said, careful, they're coming from the jungle. Okay.
Oh man.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, is this sort of? I think like if I was in this situation, right? If I was in the situation where like I got 14 days to solve something, like either the problem is unsolvable, and maybe that's what you're looking for. Like, this can't be done. And if someone tells you this can't be done, then maybe you can put your feet up because you've already lost, right? So you can just relax and do whatever, right? But if there's a chance that you can actually do this, right? If I was in the situation, there's a chance that I can actually do this. I think I would probably put everything away, right? My phone, my Steam account, everything, and just not allow myself to even watch more than half an hour of TV for the next 2 weeks. And that be while I'm kind of eating some ready-made meal, okay? Because you ain't got time to cook, son. All right, you gotta get on with the learning, okay? You gotta get on with the learning. Yeah. No, I don't know. This can't. I mean, it'd be. This is funny, man. All right. Okay, so now I have. Well, I have. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you. I have one more thing to say on this subject. I don't know if you. Okay. Okay. So, okay. No more people coming from the jungle for you jokes. I swear. So yeah, you shouldn't change your what you're doing in education because of what people are telling you on Twitch. That said, and Toggle's advice is good. He is a father, so you should listen to him. I'm not a father, so I'll give you the memory unsafe type of advice. So follow it at your own risk. That list of things mentioned in your like that you need to study in 14 days, it's mostly fucking worthless. I don't know why they're trying to teach you that shit. So don't. Here's what you should do. You should study enough to barely pass the exams so that you can move forward in life if you really have to. And instead, you should spend that time to learn something that is actually good. Object orientation 1, 2, and 3. Like what the heck? Graphics so that you can learn how to write a breakout game in Java. What? So here's what you should do. Don't waste time learning that stuff. Start learning a little bit of, I don't know, Rust, C, Zig, Odin, Nim, whatever. Make your breakout game using SDL. Spend a little bit more time to learn at a more low level how this stuff works instead of whatever abomination they will want you to make in Java. God damn it, vaccinate yourself against object-oriented brain so that you don't end up becoming I don't know, deadbeat bank programmer.
You'll be stuck in endless meetings talking about how to architect software that goes nowhere in that world. That is the more. I mean, it's not just Java. It's C# is equally guilty of this enterprise world, man. It's too sad.
I don't know. It's just
goodness me.
OP is a good tool for the job sometimes. Absolutely. I was at a meetup a couple of days ago. And I was complaining about OP, and my point was that there are certain things that implemented in OP style are absolutely disgusting, and you shouldn't do it. I guess I was talking about mainly like developer tools, but then at the same time, obviously, if you work for a consultancy firm and you have like customers that know nothing about what they even want, first of all, they are not paying you well enough probably to deserve high quality software. But second of all, if you try to do like DoD stuff, you'll go insane because they will change their mind 10 times in an hour. And so object orientation is the way to go to keep everybody sane, for sure. That said, I would argue that stuff is... I would even say that it's not a good first thing to teach, in my opinion. You know what? I'm not so sure yet, but I'm worrying because I feel like that from my personal experience, at a point in time, I had to forcefully unlearn how to think in OP terms. I had an OP brain, and it was so hard to move away from that. And so should your brain be optimized for your consultancy job and making websites? I don't think it should. It's a useful tool to have in your tool belt, but god damn it, your brain should work in a more sane way than that. As for Java itself, my university also started with Java. Like our first programming classes were in Java. I remember completely ignoring that advice and instead using Python for everything. And for me, it was a huge productivity boost. So I don't know. I just don't freaking like it. You know what? I'll take C# over Java. I said it. I'll take even C# over Java.
I think so. When I started learning Rust, there was a lot of blog posts blog posts. There was a lot of Reddit posts talking about like Rust for the OP crowd and sort of how to, because there were so many people that came from OP languages to Rust. And there was like entire articles written on how to un-OP yourself when it comes to this stuff. And like there's I think it kind of forces you to deal with things. So now inheritance is something that we do associate with object-oriented programming quite regularly. So I'm gonna use that as an example here. I know that there's some smart aleck in the chat who's gonna go OP and message passing, but when we say object-oriented programming, one of the most familiar things that people will bring up is inheritance. And this is why I was quite surprised to see that Swift had classes for inheritance. But as someone mentioned in the chat as well, OP and this kind of style of writing software is useful in the UI space, and Swift is of course very UI centric with the advent of iOS and all these things, right? But good grief, do I not like any of these aspects of it, right? It's really, really nice. And the thing is, you will just naturally progress away from that. But I will ask you, listen, JavaScript student person, let me scroll up to your name there, Nivens, right? If you like, what's the end goal of this journey for you, right? What is it that you want to do, right? You want to get a degree in computer engineering to do what? Like, where are you going with this?
Well, I think goal number one is becoming a, what do you call it, like a master in League. What are the ranks in League?
I was gonna say a modder, but okay.
Yeah, so goal number one, become a high rank player in League. Goal number two, get a degree, I guess. Challenger, right? Challenger. Why is Challenger the highest rank? That makes no sense. Isn't Challenger...
You better in computer science, but you need help from Twitch to solve your Java OP stuff, man. How bad are you at League of Legends, mate? Come on, man.
I mean, it's hard to get high in those games. I have this theory that I think it's impossible to get super high if you're not playing with a pre-made group. Like if you're soloing, it's so insanely hard. You get always random players that don't know what they're doing. I hate MOBAs. I played way too much of MOBAs. I don't want to play MOBAs ever again. That said, for MOBA addicted people that want to transition away from MOBAs but can't just go cold turkey, stop playing MOBAs. If you want to basically, the equivalent of you stop smoking but you still do nicotine patches, then you can do Deadlock. Deadlock is like a MOBA-ish FPS, and it's like you still get your MOBA hit, so like your system doesn't go into shock, but also the concentration is lower than League or Dota, so like you can hopefully you can phase out. You can only play duo until Diamond. Oh, I see that only solo. Okay, so I guess I'm outing myself. I used to play Dota. I did Dota 1, Heroes of New Earth, Dota 2, so I never played League. I outed myself.
Mobile Zin. Is that the Canadian thing, Machine? I think Zin is like a Canadian nicotine.
Oh, like the chewing gum?
Yeah.
I think it's a chewing gum, right?
No, not chewing gum.
It's also patches?
Like the pouch thing, yeah.
Okay.
Dota, yeah. Okay, let's see. Should we finish the Zig release notes?
Yes. You know what? I think we're good. Okay, last thing. Fuzzing, native fuzzing is coming. It's not fully ready yet, but this is gonna be cool when we have it. Also because I saw that the tools that everybody uses for fuzzing keep having weird regressions with new versions of LLVM. And getting off that wild ride is going to be, I think, a good thing for us.
What's the state of that, though? Because that is kind of an interesting journey, isn't it?
The state of that is that the basics work on Linux. The basics almost work on macOS. I fixed some things, and then I couldn't figure out other things. I never learned how Dwarf debug information works and how it's stored in Maco files. So I was learning this stuff on stream as I was trying to make it work, but then basically when you start fuzzing, Zig should spin up a web server for you so that you can click on a link and watch your code. Like you see the code coverage increase in real time. You see where the fuzzer is hitting, and that view is based on Dwarf information. But I get a panic, like that stuff doesn't load. The WebAssembly crashes, and I think it's because I'm loading the Dwarf information wrong, but I don't know for sure. I don't know too much of the details about what's inside Dwarf. So it might very well that I'm doing everything right, and then you just need to do more after that. But I just don't know it. So I'll need to learn more before I can proceed or get help from somebody.
All right, so that was the Zig release notes. That's pretty. So there's some good things coming. Most memorable from what we saw here is going to be the decal. And the very cool switch statement there. their go-to inside a switch statement,
Yeah.
right? Their labels. So that's pretty good. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Don. Who's
Hello.
now gone away. This is the person, by the way, who's doing C for medical equipment, so we can get some horror stories when they're back.
Nice.
Okay, so what should we look at next? Let me see how long we've been on for. If it's if it's tea time or not yet.
It's 2 hours. I think it should be
yeah,
tea
2
time.
hours is. I always feel like 2 hours is the tea timer. Do you have some content to riff off while I go and make tea?
Yes, for sure. I can talk about my favorite heroes in Dota in the meantime.
Okay, I'll be back in 5.
So I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure what you guys told me, but I will start studying after a few more games. Thank you for the laughs. Okay. I guess my point, I guess my point is just that, I generally think that I remember also playing MOBAs in university and not wanting to do course stuff. But some of it maybe was my fault, but some of it I still think I was right in not wanting to do it because it was freaking dumb. There are so much freaking dumb stuff that they try to teach you in university, and sometimes genuinely the best outcome is for you to pass the exam. Obviously, you want to pass the exam, you don't want to fail exams. But like getting a perfect score, does it really matter? It does not. And actually, here's what I would say, even from a like employer perspective. And by the way, this is not good advice necessarily. This is something that I maybe would do. I don't think other people do the same out there. Or if they do, I cannot say for sure. But I honestly am wary of people that took university too seriously. Because taking university too seriously means that you're over-optimizing for a perfect grade and at the expense of optimizing for being a good computer scientist. And I think that being a good computer scientist should trump getting perfect grades. Who cares about your perfect grades? There is some correlation there. Obviously, you're not going to be the best computer scientist out there if you can't pass any exam, obviously. But man, some courses are completely fucked up. And for those ones, getting a perfect grade just means that you wasted time. Actually, some courses have like horrible materials. Like maybe it's not the case for you. I hope that it's not the case for you. But in my experience, some of them had like very bad materials, and like generally getting a good grade in those classes would imply wasting so much time that you would much better spend just doing random stuff on your own, like picking up Python, downloading dependencies, messing with things that you don't know how to do well, like mess with machine learning, mess with, I don't know, Bluetooth devices, mess with embedded devices like tiny robots, whatever, make websites, make a website for stats of your league games, make a software that analyzes your league replays. I don't know if you can, with Dota you can, or at least I think you could, but like, no, it's like, you can't take this stuff too seriously. I only care about passing for this one, not a good score. Yeah. I was not just actually wrong information in my CS course. Oh, that also happens, yes. What do you think about Roy, the student who built the LeetCode cheating tool and got a job at Amazon? You know what? If you stick around, I will tell you once we open that thread, because it's in the list of things that we want to look at today. If we ever get there, because at this pace, we might not be able to. We'll see.
All right. What did I miss?
Me complaining about computer science.
All right.
Like, okay, I live with this. So, Niven, the only CS that you should care about is computer science, not creep score. Dub.
Right. Okay. And then he just left me hanging. Okay. Well, she would sit here quiet for a while then. have a passionate instructor can really change how you view courses as well. I think education system is really good at ruining things for people, ranging from like bad cafeteria food, ruining how we feel about certain like vegetables and stuff as kids, and also having like a bad math teacher could really wreck maths for you, right, and things like that. So it's really it's really important to have good and interesting teachers as well, right? One of my favorite teachers were the shop teacher who taught us how to make all kinds of horrible devices. A really good dude. CS is C# only in file extension. You did computer graphics, and what that was studying WebGL. So what does it mean to do computer graphics and studying WebGL? Like what did you learn? Like did you like read the WebGL spec, or did you build something, or what was the story there, right? Let's roast Christoph. Should we roast this Rust code? If we yeah, I don't actually know. For some reason, I was expecting Christoph to go on for a little bit and then segue into something, but now I'm just sitting here going like, I don't know what I'm gonna talk about, right? How was your day? How you doing? Hope you had a good day so far. Let me see what you guys have been chatting about. You were bad at school? I was bad at school too. Aren't we going to talk about Ladybird today? Yeah, so come on, you didn't give me any context, so I just got a private message with a link in it. So I was like, what is this? Okay. Yeah, so I don't know how much I can talk about the Ladybird browser other than the fact that they're expecting it in to be in alpha in 2026. So it might be a little bit premature to get excited about it. No, come on, not show. But yeah, so it might be a little bit premature to get excited about it, but it's good that we have browsers, right? I wanted to when we first like started talking about doing a stream together again, I was thinking that we were going to talk about the Firefox nonsense, but there's so many people that's covered that already that I don't think I have anything to add to that. I can tell you that I will probably keep using Firefox, and I don't think that the issue is as nefarious as people want to make it out to be, but it's definitely not good. I think the wording is really bad, and I think they did a really terrible job. It's not the first time they do a really bad job, but they did a terrible job here because you gotta take every chance you can get to sort of one up Google Chrome, and instead they did the opposite. Google Chrome did something idiotic or whatever they did, and then Firefox does everything dumb as a response. And like, what are you trying to fail? You know. Over 80% of Mozilla income comes from Google. Yeah, but I don't think that's probably not that relevant, right? Or Joban, are you saying that they intentionally did themselves over to appease Google? They're like, shit, Google did something bad. Let's do something bad as well to be in line with the money we're getting from them, right?
What did they miss?
We were talking a little bit. So come on, you still you're giving me a link and then you're not telling me anything, right? I got a PM with a link, and then the follow-up message is just the second part of the URL. I don't know what to do with this. Like, why would I look at this? Why am I looking at it? Right? You gotta give me context. They had antitrust thing with Chromium, and they're probably trying to diversify.
Yeah, there's let's see. Okay, so wait, what do you wanna look at first?
Well, we can look at the C++ thing, right?
Okay, let's go. You're gonna do
I
it, right?
just wanna address something what Xerox Machine is saying. The people who are supporting Google over Mozilla in this case, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Google is openly trying to shaft you, right? So you can't. There's got to be some proportion to the rage that people feel over Mozilla's little sidestep there, right? That little mishap where they accidentally removed, well, they didn't say the accident, but they removed the whole thing that we're not selling your data, basically, what they removed. And people got livid over that, and I am not most pleased by it, but the kind of the proportion to fuckery coming out of Google versus Mozilla, it's very stark contrast, right? But at this point, we kind of expect well from Mozilla. We expect these people to do us well, right? Whereas we expect Google to just not, right? We expect Google to just treat us like shit. And so we get a little bit more upset when Mozilla messes up, right? But yeah. Let's see. Okay, so we can talk about. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, where's my screen? There we go. We're going to talk about C++ now, right? This is something I came across this morning, so I haven't really looked at this, but I thought it was interesting. And again, if you are a fan of C++, do take this for what it is. This is kind of the way I'm going to approach this is from a humoristic perspective, okay? I don't want you to feel like I'm pissing on your bonfire or I'm slagging off your favorite programming language, right? Do not get emotionally upset or any kind of upset about this conversation. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, Ivanhoe, because I have a very strict no politics rule in my chat, and guess how excited people were in over the last couple of months, to the degree that I banned certain people's names just because it's impossible. You'd be like, let's not talk about politics. And you know what people do? They say something political, follow up by the sentence, but let's not talk about politics, right? And that thing annoys me so much that people sort of like go into a chat, say something political, followed up by, but let's not talk about politics. So I ban certain phrases just to stop people from being D-bags, right? Anyway, right. So Bjørn Stråstrup, okay, Danish person, I believe. And that's it, right? Creator of C++ has issued a call for the C++ community to defend the programming language, which has been shunned by cybersecurity agencies and technical experts in recent years for its memory safety shortcomings. C and C++ are built around manual memory management, which can result in memory safety errors. I don't know who this article is written for, but I like this. It from its humoristic perspective, such as out of bounds reads and writes. Though both languages can be written and combined with tools and libraries to help minimize that risk, these sort of bugs, when they grow up, represent the majority of vulnerabilities in large code.
Click the link.
Let's see what the majority is here.
Oh man, I really wonder what's that thing.
If this is the Microsoft 70%, man, I'm gonna lose my marbles, mate. Oh, it's not. Okay.
I bet you that
what is this?
It has to be mentioned in here. Well, you're on memorysafety.org.
Where is this thing? Where did this come? Who's Prossimo? What is this, people? What is this thing?
Prossimo is an Italian word. I'm already worried. I am already so fucking worried. Why is it always that way? Why?
Okay, I don't. Why do we have memorysafety.org, right? It's a property of some programming that prevents programmers from introducing certain types of bugs related to how memory is used, as memory safety bugs are often security issues. Memory safety languages are more secure than languages that are not memory safe. Again, this thing requires so much context before you make a blanket statement like that. Memory safe languages include Rust, Go, C#, Java, Swift, Python, and JavaScript. Languages that are not memory safe include C, C++, and assembly. Okay. I mean, okay, you know what? This is kind of what the Rust website should list under memory safety.
Toggle, right? Click, like search for 75. Come on.
You know what? We can just search for 7. Oh no, here we go. There it is. Here is the Microsoft article about how 70% of all bugs. Right. Okay. All right. I'm out of here. Okay.
I want to have wait. I want to have one last comment. So that website, I don't know if you should trust it though, because look at the top. Look at the top menu. Look after initiatives. Look after about. You see that? They're reading garbage memory there. What's going on there?
I think that is because I don't have JavaScript.
Yeah, no. That's what you say. No, oh yeah. So now you built it in debug mode and it works, huh? I see it.
Yeah, that's it. So Forensic Coder says, is our Rust and C# memory safe languages? Those have unsafe modes, right? Yes. So Forensic Coder, all languages boils down to something else, right? The language isn't the final destination of your code. So to be able to actually use the language in doing things like network socket programming and stuff, you need to be able to interop with either libc or the kernel or something like that, right? And that is going to be unsafe code from Rust perspective. I honestly don't know what C# does with unsafe, but the fact that you have something called unsafe is indicative of there being a safety aspect to it, right? But yeah, you could absolutely 100%. You can even write assembly in Rust if you want to, right? It has an inline assembly macro you can use. Don't do that if you don't, have to, of course. But
I think
welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raid.
I think in Python you can do unsafe stuff without leaving the language. Like I think you can put inline C code and load it. I might be wrong.
If we were to sort of simplify this group of languages, it is because this group of languages don't inherently make you deal with the memory. There's a garbage collector that is dealing with the memory for you. So things like use after free, dangling pointers, that's not going to be an issue. I guess Go fits into that pile as well. Go had what was the Go and the for loop thing? What was that all about? That's not a memory safety issue. That was more of a but this
it was just a foot gun. Yeah, it was a foot gun. I think that if you had a variable defined inside of the body of a for loop, then functions would capture by pointer that thing. And so the value would change as the for loop was running. And so Go routines would get unexpected, surprising behavior.
So let's see. The LRK says what threw me off is how do you thread safety in Rust unsafe impulse send for CF message port? So then you have to make the safety guarantees though, LRK. That's basically what it is. So I think there's a few misconceptions here that I would just very quickly set straight. If the compiler can't prove that something is safe, but you can, then you just wrap it in an unsafe block, and then you write the safe implementation there. You also know that if your program segfault, you should probably look inside your next unsafe block, right? But that's the gist of it. Just because the language is quote unquote safe doesn't mean that you can't completely up everything with the code that you write, okay? It just lends itself to less bugs by its very nature. It doesn't mean that you become an amazingly safe programmer. It just means that the compiler covers a lot of area for you, right? You still have to reason about memory and such, right? Yeah, so okay, so we ended up with the 70%. It always goes there to that bloody article, mate. All right, so with the so for people who turn up just while we were looking at this thing, we're reading this article where Bjorn, whose last name I keep mangling, Strostrup, has issued a call to the C++ community to defend the programming language, right? That's it. And this was talking about C and C++ are built around manual memory management, which can result in memory safety errors, right? With the high-profile, financially damaging exploitation of these flaws, industry and government cybersecurity experts over the past 3 or 4 years have been discouraging the use of C and C++, while evangelizing languages with better memory safety like Rust, Go, C, blah, blah, blah. I mean, this is literally from this thing, though, isn't it, right? Memory safety, they just copied this list verbatim, right? The C++ community has responded with numerous proposals to move towards memory safety. And this, from my observation, which is very sort of on the periphery, there has been a lot of chatter about making safe C and C++, and there seem to be quite a lot of initiatives around this, but it kind of has that it sort of feels like everything else that happens in the world of C and C++. Never agreed on a uniform build system, never agree on a uniform package manager, never agree on safety rules even, right? So it just continues some sort of fragmentation, right? So I don't know what the story is with this thing. Someone mentioned Trap C in my chat yesterday, but I have not looked at that, right? But with Strasser, professor of computer science at Columbia University, right? Oh, Columbia University.
That's
foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. We know what to do next after this one.
That's it.
Chat, keep it in mind, because we'll come back to Columbia University.
We'll come back. We're going to look at the state of Columbia University and the students they have. Raising the alarm, it's clear the issue is not just slow progress, but the absence of public narrative that can compete with the tech industry's adoration of Rust. So, first of all, with this thing, you can kind of just look at this phrase: the tech industry's adoration of Rust. Whatever the tech industry is, it's going to have an adoration with whatever is new, right? The tech industries had an adoration with C at some point. It has an adoration of Rust now, and it's going to have an adoration of something else to come, right? There's always going to be that. And at some point, someone will write an article similar to this about some other programming language, citing the adoration of something else or whatever, right? So it's all very cyclical when it comes to these things, right? So yeah, in February 7, in a February 7 Note to C++ Standard Committee, Working Group 21, in support of his profiles memory safety framework, he wrote, "This is clearly not a traditional technical note proposing a new language or library feature. It's a call to urgent action, partly in response to unprecedented serious attacks on C++. So as much as kind of this is it's a bit of a laugh, right? But at the same time, I do think that there is a lot of noise around issues with C++, and I feel like C++ almost is becoming an underdog in conversations these days, because it's like C++ is becoming a little bit like the I was going to use a very bad example here, featuring a fast food chain and a spokesperson, but C++ is kind of becoming this the language that everyone points to when they just want to say, oh, like horrible bugs can happen, and they point to C++. It's like, oh, no one understands constructors, no one understands auto this, and like there's a lot of stuff, and it always boils down to C++ being the target of these things. So I get that if you are the creator of C++, that you are probably quite fed up with this. On a side note, I wonder how good Björn is at writing C++, right? Like, do you think he writes C++ that is completely free from dereferencing dangling pointers and things like that, right? Like, what do you think is, because obviously it has to be reasonably skilled, right?
Toggle, so I think we have a problem here, because usually when we do this, one of us needs to still man the position. Like, we need to do good cop, bad cop. Dude, I don't know who's gonna offend C++ in the discussion.
I'm trying to.
Like, I don't like, you do it.
I'm trying to put a positive spin, but to me, I'm talking to our viewers who are C++ enthusiasts, and I want them to laugh with us and not feel like we're attacking their community, right?
I know, but god damn it, man. Okay, so if you ask me, does Björn Stroop again? I also, the best I can do is Stroop. I can't go past that. But like, does Stroop write good C++ code? I don't know. Can you write good C++ code? Is that even a thing? I'm not sure. Maybe.
I do know that there are people who actually like C++, and I the thing is, I support people who want to write C++. Absolutely, it's your time, it's your choice of language. It's all good. You don't have to defend it.
I will do my best to answer the question objectively and positively. I have seen people be productive write in C++. One example that you can verify independently is Andreas Kling on YouTube. You can watch him write C++.
Oh, someone told me that he swapped to Swift now for the Ladybird project.
Yes, he did. But
what was the reasoning there?
He has to, because C++ is everybody's favorite punching bag. Like, yeah, you can't make a browser using C++. Like, even if you were the ultimate, like, god tier challenge, like you are challenger in League of Legends. You are I don't remember. Diamond, Divine, I don't know what's the highest rank in Dota. Like, so like you have the highest rank in all the competitive games out there. You only write perfect C++ code. You still immortal, right? Of course, immortal. You're like global elite in CS:GO, well, CS2. Like, and you write perfect C++ code all the time. Even then, people will not accept that you're writing a browser in C++. There's just no way. It's so bad for marketing that, like, you're gonna hit a wall. Like, you're gonna hit a PR, like a public perception wall, that no matter how strong you are, like, it doesn't matter if you can one tap anybody in the entire planet in CS:GO, you're still not gonna be able to convince people that you are making a good browser. There's just no way. So he had to move away from C++, whether he liked it or not. And of all the alternatives, he doesn't like Rust, so that was off the table. And so of the remaining options, Swift was the one that he liked most, I guess.
Oh, I mean, like, wouldn't anecdotally maybe wouldn't Zig have been a good candidate for this, right?
So I don't know how much Andreas likes Zig or not, because I'm not sure. Like, the fact that he is productive using C++, it means that he likes to leverage the kind of tools that you get from C++, most of which are not available to you in Zig. He also has this claim, which I don't think he is lying when saying that. I'm just saying that I wouldn't take his official announcement over this as the complete truth. So what I'm saying is that he said that, which I'm about to repeat, but it might also be other things. I do think the personal preferences play a role into this. But he also said that web APIs are very OOP oriented because they were designed by people with OOP brains. And so if you want to make sure that you match the spec, the spec will ask you to write things in an OOP fashion, which is absolutely true. Like, I would say that it is objectively true that the specs are designed that way. And it's probably very true that the people that implemented those specs later in life were diagnosed with OOPism in their brain. But
sorry to tell you, but your son has OOP.
No. So can you imagine, like, a father, functional programmer, mother, declarative programmer, son does Java and OOP? Man, like, that's a family destroyed. In any case, yeah. So I would say that's an objective truth. Now, does that mean that then you should pick a language with OP features necessarily to implement those things? I would say that is not necessarily true, because I would argue that there is potentially some value in resisting and fighting back the OP-ness, and you will need clever ways to do so. Because the moment you move away from the spec, then you obviously open the door for pain. So you can't just randomly implement things not following the spec, and then not expect issues. But at the same time, I am also fairly sure that there's a bunch of optimizations that browsers implement that are optimizations because they're basically ways of re-engineering an OP spec into something that isn't as OP. So with that in mind, I would say that it's I think that Swift is not a good choice, in my opinion, for Ladybird. But at the same time, it's probably the best choice they had, given all of these things, including their personal preferences. I really think that Swift was the best choice just not a good one. I don't know if that
No,
makes sense.
that's fair enough. It gives you the OP stuff, and it also doesn't force you to deal with the with the memory, right? So I can see that being a thing. I think someone mentioned that not all of it is written in Swift, right?
Mhm.
Was there other parts of it written in C++ still? Or
They have some things that are written in C++ that they will need to migrate. I don't know if they plan to keep them forever or eventually migrate them to Swift. Honestly, I don't know what the roadmap is in that sense. But I believe, like somebody earlier was mentioning that they use Swift only for the UI. I don't think that's the case. I don't think so. You might be confusing what's it called Ladybird with Arc. So Arc is using Swift for the UI. Actually, maybe they use it for more than the UI. But sorry, in any case, no, it's not just a UI thing.
Can we have a look at Ladybird browser GitHub? We can have a quick looky loo over here. All right.
Yeah, but I would say that the core point here is that most of it is still C++. Yeah, understandably. Like they started only recently moving away from it.
Majority of this code base seems to be in C++. So I'm guessing it is written
Look at the
in
new
C++.
commits. How much of it is in C++ code versus Swift code? See if you can see this. But because they started with like the entire Serenity standard library, and that's all C++ code.
That's in C++.
Yeah, but for example, libregex, that's also coming from Serenity. So honestly, I don't know what's going to be their future, but one thing that I think I can appreciate is that Andreas was in a very, very tough spot when making this call, and I can understand that they needed to move away from C++ entirely from an APR perspective. Like even if there was literally zero technical advantage to moving away from C++, they still had to do it because they're like, there's just no way. Well, I mean, that's the article that we're reading, right? Everybody is hating on C++. It's everybody's favorite punching bag now.
It kind of is a little bit, right? But it's a punching bag that punches back because there's plenty of dirt going the other direction as well. So I think it's more of a general like it's a general shouting match in the global programming community. Again, and I stand by this. I don't care what language something is written in, as long as it doesn't cause problems for me. If you can write a browser in plain, like if you can write a browser in pure C++ that doesn't leak my passwords, then what do I care if it's written in C++? Kind of thing.
There was a question from Real LRK. Jokes aside, what are your arguments against OOP? For me, it's a tool allowing for modeling non-technical concepts. The problem with OOP is that it's not designed to be efficient for the computer to do. Like kind of like you were saying, right? It's a tool for modeling non-technical concepts. Sometimes some of that modeling comes at the expense of computational efficiency. And sometimes that's perfectly fine to do. You want to leverage the computer's, speed so that that does more work and you, the human, do less. Great. But some other times you can't afford to do that. You need your software to be efficient. A OP compiler, a OP browser. Well, okay, OP browser, I don't know because apparently they tend to be OP, but like OP developer tooling, it's crappy compared to, it's probably worse, much worse than an equivalent tool, but done in a non-OP fashion, but not a naive non-OP fashion, in a non-OP fashion where you do data-oriented programming, where you care about cache lines, where you care about how much how big is your data in memory, that kind of stuff. So if you, and generally speaking, that approach tends to fight against OP. So you usually can't easily have both. You have to.
The metaphor that OP, what would you say, promotes is not really in line with how the computer wants to do things, right? I mean, there's no. if you look at something like plain C or Sig or Rust, you have like your basic data type is going to be something like a tuple or a struct. It's very easy to observe how this thing fits into memory, right? But a class with lots of inheritance and various properties suddenly is not as easy to observe that, right? And I think when it comes down to Swift as well, you choose between a struct and a class is always on the heap, and it gives you this kind of like superpower where you can have this very easy self-referential type. But what is like actually happening under the hood of these things, right? But if we continue a little bit here, because people want to know about the Torvaldsian invective, so we're gonna get there, right? So in a February 7 note to the C++ Standard Committee, in support of his profiles memory safety framework, he wrote, "This is clearly not a traditional technical note proposing a new language or library feature. It is a call to urgent action, partly in response to unprecedented serious attacks on C++. I think Working Group 21 needs to do something significant and can be seen to do it. Profiles is a framework that can do that." So is this something new that are coming out?
Are they copying release mode? Are they copying Zig's release modes?
With
which we copied from Jai? Maybe. Actually,
where's the release modes? I'm not seeing it.
No, release modes, like the open the profile stuff. Like I'm guessing if profile is kind of like our debug, release safe, release fast.
I see. Okay, those profiles. Okay, I thought profiles was okay. Let's see. What do we need to make profiles an industry-wide tool for a variety of C++ safety needs? Profiles is a framework. Many parts have to be created and fitted in to enable widespread use. Much has been done, but relatively little is widely available. This is a wish list. Please help in whichever capacity you can. Remember, you have to give a rationale. You cannot assume that others will appreciate your suggestion or design without seeing your reasoning.
What do you mean you have to provide a rationale? Why do you have to justify safety? Like, why are you against safety? Who will think of the children?
I am guessing that the reason it's really difficult to make C++ safe is because it also has backwards compatibility. You're not allowed to break that. So you're always gonna inherit everything from day one, basically. Isn't that the issue?
You know what? I would like to hear also the opinion of Frenzied Coder. By the way, I didn't mention this in chat, but Frenzied Coder is part of the Zig core team also. So to me, these attempts. So I'm sorry because I'm sorry, Toggle. Look, I cannot be somebody that does good cop with C++ and beyond. I'm sorry. I swear to God, I just can't. I wish I could. I can't. But so honestly, I find these. I'm sorry that I will sound like the typical Rustation, but these attempts to me really sound like they are trying to. They're impossible. And the fact that they act as if they're doing something when it seems that achieving something meaningful is impossible, it makes me very suspicious of what they're doing. Because what can you add to C++, which already has everything in it, but what can you add to make it safe? It's how? Like, it's not just a matter of retrocompatibility, right? It's also like the basics of how the language works. Like, can you actually bend the language that way and genuinely turn it memory safe? It seems impossible to me. So like, you can add more shit that people use, and so now you don't have like, I don't know what you call them, like smart pointers. Now you have smarter pointers. I don't know. You have very clever pointers, and and like, yes, and then you will get some of what Rust gives you. But then you don't have the soundness guarantees. So, and then you made your stuff even harder to understand, because previously you had to worry about this match semantics every line you write. Now it's this match semantics. So now your thing is even more confused than before. Like, how?
I think I think I saw something recently where the gist of it was you can't use smart pointers everywhere because iterating over a vector using smart pointers could cause. Oh, I wish I remember this thing now, so I'm just gonna say something completely nonsensical. But iterating over a vector using smart pointers and inserting into the vector would cause either a dangling pointer or undefined behavior. Don't ask me how. I don't remember the article.
That's because you need to use genius pointers. If you use genius pointers, you can do vectors. If you want to use hash maps, you have to use Einstein pointers. Like I don't know, man. It's definitely problematic. Like I'm surprised. Sorry, we keep like going into rabbit holes, but I feel weird that they seem to not, like. On one hand, I understand that there's an ecosystem that exists and has momentum, and you can't just say, well, now something arguably marginally better has come out, and so now we need to spend this insane effort to move away from the old thing to the new thing. I get it that you want to hammer the old thing so that it can incorporate the cool new things, so that you don't have to throw away what you were doing before. But man, some changes are so fundamental that like you by adding stuff on top. And I understand that I'm basically complaining that C++ people are adding stuff on top, which is what they've been doing their entire existence. So I get it that that's how they do things. But at some point, you should understand that like it just doesn't work that way, and you should come to what is the term? Like come to terms. Yeah, you have to come to terms with the fact that you cannot make C++ Rust. I don't get it.
No, I think so. Just quickly answer LRK. When it comes to Rust safety, I recommend that you just look up like what is the Rust memory safety guarantee, because I think this stuff should be on the webpage. It is not. No one really knows. I mean, people do, but people who are new to Rust don't see the memory safety guarantees and what they mean, right? So I would recommend just looking at that, and it will give you an idea, because the memory safety guarantees are actually quite small and simplistic. They're not like this magical thing that's going to prevent you from crashing your program by trying to read outside of a vector, for instance. Your program is still crashed because there's nothing you can do. But like that's an example. I would recommend just looking at it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, so me as a non-C++ programmer obviously have all the answers to how to make C++ safe, right? But jokes aside, would you like? There's a couple of things. One, when I have in the past asked people, right, when new C++ versions come out, like what version of C++ do you actually use? The majority of people have always answered C11 or 14. Like no one has told me they're using the new stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then the question kind of becomes, is it a bit of a curse for C++ to hang on to this backwards compatibility thing, right? Maybe like if they actually moved away from that and did C++ 22 or whatever, and they got rid of some of the backwards compatibility, maybe they could make the language more safe. I don't know.
Probably breaking backwards compatibility would help. I don't know if that would be remotely enough. I have this, and again, I don't have hard data on hand, so this is just a gut feeling / not fully informed opinion. So take it for what it is. But I feel like that the language itself is just not structured. Like the assumptions behind what it means to write a line, the basic building blocks of the language, they are not just designed to uphold certain kinds of guarantees. So the only way you can do that is by adding more user-land-ish stuff. And I don't think they are going to be able to turn C++ into Rust. So I guess my point is that they will never be able to fully push back against the memory unsafety accusations. And to some degree, they need to own it, in my opinion. Like when it comes to Zig is not as safe as Rust. You could debate how much safe it is, and if the place where Zig lies is significantly better than C or not. Is it worth it? Whatever. You can have a discussion about that for sure. But I think it would be absolutely insane if at some point we came out and started saying, well, you know what, we're gonna turn Zig as safe as Rust, but we're not gonna have lifetimes or a borrow checker. We're gonna have like a bunch of weird userland bullshit that you can maybe use, maybe not, maybe works, maybe doesn't. It's not the same thing. And in the end, Zig actually gain like a lot of the safety that comes from Zig is also because it's simple. Again, this is another argument that in my opinion people don't appreciate enough. But simple code is easier to audit, it's easier to understand, and it's easier to get right. And so if you start complicating shit, but then you can't even achieve full soundness, in my opinion, you end up in pretty much a very bad sweet spot when you basically give up all the advantages of simplicity, but you don't achieve all the benefits of a fully sound way of expressing something in a safe manner.
So I think that this is so okay. I shouldn't refer to it as a situation. I think this is the world of programming will evolve in one way or another. Right? This is I think this is not something that will be solved by any one person. I think that the evolution will just either make changes to the language and it will evolve with us, or the language will fall out of favor. One thing to be said, of course, is that there is so much. Someone mentioned earlier in the chat that like the entire AI thing is built on top of C++, and it's the same thing with machine learning. I think the whole tensor thing is written in C++, but that's not the only thing. Basically, our entire world is on top of C++, right? There's like games, there's I was gonna say operating system. I don't know what degree of that is in C++, but C++ is in everything, right? Like there's C++ everywhere. There's no shortage of C++ code out there. CodeCone says if you break backwards compatibility, then it's not C++ anymore. You might as well create a new language. And maybe this is why we are getting a bunch of new languages here. Maybe that's why we got Zig and Nim and Rust and Odin and all these new languages in that space, because people don't want to write C++ anymore, and you can't fix the language, right? Maybe you can't. I'm not saying that you can't say maybe.
Yeah. So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please.
No, but with that in its place, I think there are a large quantity of C++ developers out there, and they will keep writing C++. And I think there's a lot of people learning C++ today. There are new C++ developers turning up and learning C++. And hopefully they learn to use modern C++ with modern features and all that, and maybe the problem would kind of go away. So even if you support backwards compatibility, maybe the old way of doing things will dissipate in favor of a new way of doing something. So the language can do insane things, but no one does it anymore. So that is some kind of organic safety will grow out of there, right?
Yeah, LRK is saying, I don't get the arguments against C++ about memory safety issues. It's a low-level language developer being responsible for memory management, accusing a language of being bad because of developer skill issues, project being too complex for everyone to be able to see the full implication of code changes, is just throwing the fault on another one. Well, I think that the best way of thinking about this whole discussion is one of economics. The question is, you don't think about individual developers. The question is, it's a bigger one. The question is, what should industries invest in? Industries that touch upon software, or like they are, well, you know what? Maybe industries that are entirely about software, maybe they can make their own decisions on their own. And so these arguments would still exist, but they would take a different shape. But I think the biggest, in my opinion, point of this whole thing is that you have industries like the automotive industry and like all kinds of manufacturing, hardware manufacturing industries that have huge investments into C++. And C++ is, I don't know actually how all these things are organized, but the committee has in it a bunch of people that tend to be connected to these big industries. I'll give you one example. NVIDIA. I met a guy that lives in Switzerland that I had a stream with months ago, and he works at NVIDIA, and he is in the C++ committee. And when he goes to the C++ committee, he has to, he tries to make good decisions for the language, but he also has, to some degree, a duty of representing NVIDIA's interests in C++ in the committee, and make sure that the committee, makes good decisions that make sense for NVIDIA. I'll give you an extreme example that is not realistic, but like as an hyperbole, just to clarify what I mean. If the C++ committee at some point decided to change how the oh, God damn it, what are they called again? I already forgot. All the atomic stuff, like or memory ordering stuff. If the C++ committee decided for some reason to change completely how the memory ordering stuff worked, and that had bad implications with how compilers for GPUs, shaders, and whatever internal thing that NVIDIA uses C++ for, if that had bad implications with their hardware, they would want to push back. And I would argue they would have like a very reasonable reason. Like it's not just like, oh, this evil corporation. No, it makes total sense. Like these people are like huge users of C++. They reasonably want to keep it useful for them, and they don't want to have the committee break their use cases for no good reason. So you have a bunch of industries, like big industries that have interests in all this stuff. Mobile phone manufacturers, all kinds of hardware. So these people at the same time are seeing that they have this huge C++ code base that not only is a cost center, but it also is intellectual property that is it's depreciating in value to some degree because of people complaining about C++ and saying that it's bad and that everything should be Rust. So they're basically trying to keep this entire thing together and like keep their stuff available, keep being able to, like, here's another example. If people continue complaining about C++ and then everybody stops learning C++ and everybody switches to Rust, then those companies will have a harder time hiring C++ developers. That's another thing that they don't want. So there's like a language, an ecosystem has a huge economic momentum behind it, which is why there's all this stress about things, because people will have maybe issues with the ecosystem, but the ecosystem, at the end of the day, in a sense, even though it's not exactly a live thing, but the ecosystem will try to fight for its survival. Here, you see C++ fighting for its survival, because right now there's this big danger that's coming from all these memory safety and unsafety arguments, and C++ is not doing well. So that's why these discussions exist. Like there's like it's not just random people complaining randomly about stuff for no reason. No, there's big economic interests behind, and whether like if you think in terms of like let's say that you have like two possible endings, right? In one ending, the C++ committee somehow is able to fix the C++ and make it memory safe. I don't think that's an ending that you can achieve. I don't think that's the true ending, in my opinion. But let's assume that it's possible. Then that will be significantly different on an economic scale compared to the case where C++ becomes a second-tier language because it gets effectively deprecated in favor of Rust. So that's what they're fighting, basically.
Don said, I think it would be far more difficult to convert to C+ embedded programs to Rust rather than C+ desktop server programs. Yeah, probably. I think like if you had to do a conversion, but I don't know if you do. I think like it just sounds from this that C++ is falling out of favor a little bit. I do know because I can read Flex that there are people who are choosing languages like, say, Zig because they are fed up with the issues that they had to deal with C++. I don't have any issues with C++. I don't write C++. I have written maybe 100 lines of C++ in my entire life in two different occasions. One, to verify that C++ really has multiple inheritance, which is magical, but it also was to write some bullshit Rust-like vector implementation for fun. I am not a C++ developer. I don't have to write C++, and I don't have to deal with the issues that people are happy not to have to deal with, right? So I can't really say anything to the to that, right? But no, I think it's like to. All right, we should like continue with the article, right? But if you like writing C++, then you should write C++. There's no one saying anything else, right? I do see that there is a lot of contention. There's a lot of people who write C++ who don't want to change languages, and there's no reason for them to change language, maybe, right? I don't know. So anyway, so profiles for memory safety is clearly not a traditional technical note. Proposing a new language or library feature is a call to urgent action, partly in response to unprecedented serious attacks on C++. And then it said this reads like if Björn, the guy behind C++, says this, I'm interested to see where this is coming from. And I'm guessing it's gonna be that American government paper on Go and Write Rust instead, right? I think Workgroup 21 needs to do something significant and be seen to do it. Profiles is a framework that can do that. It's not continuous. As I've said before, this is also an opportunity because type safety and resource safety, including memory safety, have been key aims of C++ from the very start. Now, if that's true, you've had fucking years to fix that, okay?
What?
That I cannot play good cop to, okay? That I cannot play good cop to.
What?
I feel strongly about this. Please don't be fooled by my relatively calm language. Strustrup is not known for Torvaldsian invective and or hyperbole. I'm guessing this is gonna be no, we're not touching that conversation. Fast in the Linux kernel. No. The last time he used such emphatic language or that we were aware of was back in 2018 when he asked the C++ community to slow down and propose language improvements in a more coordinated manner. We're on the path to something that could destroy C++, warned at the time. We must get off that path.
Can you open that link? What does it even mean to slow down? Like, since when is C++, anything C++ related too fast?
This is from 2018, right? Yeah,
Remember
the US
VASA.
government initiative to move to Rust is insane. CodeCon, the day I start taking programming advice from the US government is a day when I'm going to hang up my programming hat. And it's a good hat. All right. Earlier this year, Björn Strustrup, creator of C++, managing director in the technology division of Morgan Stanley, and a visiting professor of science at Columbia University.
Sorry.
What?
No, sorry. I found it funny. Of all places, Morgan Stanley. But yeah.
All right. Wrote a letter inviting those overseeing the evolution of the programming language to remember the VASA. Remember the VASA?
I think it's explained below.
Easy for a Dane to understand, no doubt, but perhaps more strange to those with a few gaps in the knowledge of 17th century Scandinavian history. The VASA was a Swedish warship commissioned by King Dude. It was the most powerful warship in the Baltic Sea from his maiden voyage on August 10 to... Okay, right, we're getting a history lesson here. The formidable VASA suffered from a design flaw. It was top-heavy, so much that it was undone by a gust of wind. I mean, surely he's not likening the language to something that's going to blow over by a gust of wind, right? By invoking the memory of the capsized ship, Joseph served up a cautionary tale about the risks of facing C++ as more and more features get added to the language. But as someone mentioned in the chat before, you can't have a language and not continue to evolve the language, though, right?
Yeah, but you really love adding stuff. That's for sure, man. I would say that C++ is a top-heavy language.
It's funny. Quite a few such features has been suggested. Strustrup cited 43 proposals in his letter. He contends those participating in the evolution of the ISO standard language, a group known as, I guess this is Working Group 21 or Work Group 21, right? I've been saying, all right, this doesn't say here. Working to advance the language, but not together. In his letter, he wrote, individually, many proposals make sense. Together, they are insanity to the point of endangering the future of C++. And so, like, help me paint a picture here a little bit, right? When we say that, are there like lots of individual bodies or lots of actual individuals proposing language changes without talking to each other?
I think it's the latter. So I think there's like a bunch of individuals that make proposals, and then the work group looks at them and either accepts or rejects them.
Okay, so there is some kind of uniform funnel of information that goes somewhere before it gets added to the language.
Yes, the WG21 was in charge of accepting new proposals to change the language.
Okay. Okay, so all right, then I understand this better. So many proposals make sense. Together, they are an incentive to point of endanger the future of C++. He makes clear that he doesn't interpret the fate of the VESA to mean that incremental improvement spell doom. Incremental improvement is generally considered good, right? It takes it as a lesson to build a solid foundation, to learn from experience and test thoroughly. With the recent conclusion of the C++ standardization committee meeting in Switzerland earlier this month, Strostrup addressed a few questions put to him by the register about what's next for the language. The most recent version is C++ 17, which arrived last year. The next version is 20, under development, expected in 2021. Register, in your note, remember the VESA, you wrote, the foundation began in C++ 11, is not yet complete. Wait, what? The foundation begun in 11 is not complete, and 17 did little to make our foundation more solid, regular, and complete. Instead, it added significant surface complexity and increased the number of features people need to learn. C++ could crumble under the weight of these mostly not quite fully baked proposals. We should not spend most of our time creating increasingly complicated facilities for experts such as ourselves. That's a very healthy take, right? Why is this guy not in charge? Why is there a working group and not this guy? This to me seems I can't but agree with this. If 11 is not complete and 17 didn't move it further, then why are they adding new features? That seems insane, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. But also, it's just that's not the C++ way. Like I know that he's the creator, but he clearly this stuff got out of hand for him, because that's like adding new stuff to C++ is the favorite pastime of the C++ committees, right? Okay. So talking about like safety also in C++, there's a talk from guy that I don't remember the name of about one of the possible path forwards to add memory safety to C++. And there's a slide. I'm not joking. Like, this is factually true. There's a slide where he says we can simplify the language by adding more stuff to it. Non-ironically, like he is non-ironically arguing that you can simplify C++ by adding more stuff to C++. Like, I don't know. It's just what they do. What they do is full-time adding features to the language, part-time using it to program other things.
Donut Viking says, I argue that most of the stuff added to C++ recently has been legitimately useful, but the question goes back to this though, right? Are they like, so this paragraph paints a picture where C++ is kind of half-baked and just keep building on top of that instead of fixing the foundation. That's what I'm reading from this, right? It's not only useful but necessary. To add stuff? But the thing is, the problem, and this is a problem that Rust might exhibit at some point in the not so distant future as well. If you give someone 300 different ways of solving a problem, and 150 of these ways are anchored in the past before some functionality existed, and 150 ways, or 50 of these 150 ways, depend on some new modern feature that is only used by 1% of the community. So you end up with this very confusing situation where you don't even know which solution is right for you, right? I know that when I solve a problem in my preferred programming language today, that there aren't that many ways of solving it, and I know what is going to be the way that I go for, and I keep track of things. But people who are new to the language, if they start looking at how do I do X, which is what people do online, and they get recommended to do things that you had to do because of legacy reasons, and they get told, but you can also do it this way, and then they get told about MSRV, and now they don't know what they're going to do, right? And this isn't helpful. Imagine that you add a layer on top of C++ that is like purely 100% memory safe. Like, you can't even fuck this up if you try, right? Sorry for cursing, but imagine they did that, and then you go, okay, this is what you do going forward. is everyone going to use this? Can everyone use this? And the answer is no, because you have legacy code. So people who are starting out with the language today, they're going to go, all right, either they learn how to do only using like the safe C++, and they can never interrupt with the old code, or they have to learn both because they're going to use the old code or work on an old code base, but they're also told to use the new stuff, right? It is kind of an insane situation that I don't envy people who find themselves in. And the moment I find myself in that situation with my preferred programming language, I'm out of there, right? If I don't know how to solve a problem because I can't understand which of these ways is going to be the optimal way of solving it in my use case, then the language is no longer useful to me, right? Like, what am I going to do with it? Sit here and guess my way to success. I mean, that's usually what I do. But in reality, right, I can't see. I can imagine that becoming a C++ developer today is really difficult, right? Like, we're talking about you have to learn a history of C++ and you have to learn the new stuff to write the safe things, right? How is that fair to a new programmer, right? The younger you are, they're like further into the future you're going to learn how to program, the more stuff you have to unpack, right?
Toggle, just to show you that I wasn't making this up, if you switch briefly
Bosh.
to my screen, I'm going to enable audio if we get to a point.
Need to turn my music off. Hang on. There we go.
Let's see. Could ever mold to involve all safety behavior. I want to find a slide where he explicitly says that thing that I was mentioning, although it might have already begun. Compile time regex. No, I think it's earlier. It's in here somewhere though. I am. Oh, there we go. Simplicity. Simplification to generalization. Okay. Simplification by addition. I think he has also another talk where he presents this, but like they keep talking about making the language safer by adding more features to it. They never talk about taking features out of the language. Never. You never see them talk about that. And the funny thing is, this reminds me of the talk from the creator of Elm, Evan Czaplinski.
The Elm guy.
The Elm guy. So the Elm guy has that talk where he says, when your language is run by some kind of company trades association, if it has a 501c6, if it has that kind of stuff, then they will always be biased towards adding new stuff because they never want to break the use case of anybody in the association because they just want to make the market bigger. They're not in the business of making a good language. They're in the business of widening some kind of market that they're targeting. So always add, never take out. The problem is that you cannot make a good language. You cannot, like, Bjarne has soup as a surname almost. Like, he should know that you cannot make a good soup if you just keep adding random stuff to it. You want to add stuff to make a good soup, but like you at some point you have to stop. You don't just toss a bar of chocolate in the soup. It's like
Christoph, listen, do you know what I came across not too long ago?
Oh no.
I came across a food trend where you make soup out of pizza. Have you seen this?
When you mix what? Sorry?
You make soup out of pizza. Have you seen this? You boil a pizza and then you blend it and then you add some kind of like arugula or whatever to it and parmigiano and then you eat it like a soup. Please look that up. Please look up pizza soup. You will not be disappointed. This is a TikTok food trend.
Oh no. Oh no. Cook the story.
The idea is that you take something like one of those like microwavable ready-made pizzas that you do this. If you go to videos, I bet you're gonna see. You know what? Let me find one here. Let me find one that is gonna just blow your mind. For it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm done with my C++ video. Yeah, I put you back on. Oh no.
Let me see if I can find this. Oh my god. No. Pizza soup, let's go. Oh, good grief. And now I can't find this thing. But oh, here we go. There we go. I'm gonna copy a clear link and send it to you because you have the audio on yours. So where is there you are. This is a little bit of a detour where we're gonna look at.
No, no. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, I'm gonna turn you off.
Let's see. We can. There you go. Oh, we have an echo.
You hear an echo?
Yeah, I wonder. Okay, try it again.
Toggle, I think it's correct for you to hear an echo because both of us should hear an echo because you're hearing it both from the call that we're in. No, wait a second. You're hearing it from that. Are you like also monitoring the output from OBS? You should not be monitoring the audio output in OBS.
Yeah, so exactly. Now it should be okay.
Okay.
If you play it. Thank you, Marek. You can skip forward a little bit. Let me see how far we can skip.
Okay.
Gonna be almost at the end. Yeah, there you go.
What does start with a base even mean?
I guess you mean like stock. You have like
Yes.
chicken bits or whatever.
But I would even argue that's still not the base. The base for your soup should be the first vegetables that you put in there. Then sure you want to put some stock, but I'm already sussed out by this reasoning. But in any case, oh yeah, just throw in some basil.
Exactly.
By the way, I feel like this is a perfect allegory. Like this is a perfect parallel to me. What they're doing here right now, this is making C++ memory safe. That's the same idea. Just add some boiling water on top of C++. Now it's memory safe. Just blend it a little. Wait, that pizza was not cooked, was it?
No, it's a ready pizza, so it probably isn't cooked, right? I'm guessing it's like half baked, maybe.
Wait a second, because okay, so it's like okay, it's a frozen one, so
yeah.
Okay.
Oh. You can literally see the disgust on the guy with glasses who's pouring the water. You can see the disgust in his face. Oh man.
Oh man. It feels right. It feels right. That's It does not feel right. It does not feel right cutting a boiled frozen pizza inside of one of those hexagonal pans with a pair of scissors cannot feel right. It like what are you talking about?
That would be salami, I think. Okay.
What do we- Bro, why do you even care about the nutritionals? There's like oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my.
It's smelling rich.
Oh man.
Honestly, they should take that soup now, put it in a dryer, and try to make crisps
Pizza
out of it.
again.
No,
Oh, I see.
like now they make flavored, like pizza flavored chips. For all we know, that's how they make flavored pizza chips. It's like, honestly, so if listen, okay, if I was in the C++ committee, my argument would be, why are we even stopping here? That was actually, you know what? That was C++ 11. So C++ 11 has started a foundation, but it's not done yet. We're not done yet, actually. So before we start boiling and blending other shit into soup, we are not done with the pizza soup thing. We need to do more. So after you after you blend it, then you make it solid again. Then you fry it like. You fry it. Why wouldn't you fry this thing? So you make it crispy again, crispier than actually the original pizza was. So you even put that like in big words, right, on a big label on the box. You say crispier than normal pizza.
It's a crispy soup. Oh my goodness. Okay, should we finish this? Oh. That's all.
So you made it so disgusting that you're not gonna be able to eat a full portion. And like, good job. Now it's like low calorie food, I guess. Yes, sure. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Oh my god. It's like, sure. Now it's now it's better for you. I guess.
It's healthier now. Okay.
Oh my god.
You boiled it. Oh goodness me.
Yeah, so like the few little good tasty molecules that somehow survived the freezing process, the manufacturing process of the original pizza, which aren't that many because most of frozen pizza is not actually all that good, but some like resilient flavor molecule survives and still stays there. And now they boiled and blended it. Now those things are destroyed. And yeah, now they made I guess healthier food, I guess. I mean, can you argue against the fact that if the food is less delicious, you eat less of it. And so if you are overweight, then maybe that will help.
There
Sure.
is actually a pretty strong argument for for diets where you don't eat the quote unquote flavor packed foods. You don't eat
Yeah.
things like crisps because they have like a lot of flavor. And if you have a quote unquote boring diet, then you are not overeating. So there is something to be said for that. This, on the other hand, I can't see how this would work, right? Because people who like pizza are not gonna like this. People who like soup are not gonna like this. This is appealing to no one. Okay.
Wait, are we still talking about the pizza, or are we back to talking about C++ with memory safety? Because I feel like it's gonna be the same thing. You have the people that like frozen pizza, that's the C++ people. You have people that like soup, that's the Rust people, memory safety people. You could argue that a soup is fairly memory safe.
Like Crimson Mana says, it's a strong argument for adding more to streamline and simplify, because they took complexity of a pizza
you know what?
and added water and simplified the pizza to soup.
I also tell you another thing. I am freaking confident that the only reason why that thing is even remotely palatable might be too strong of a word. Is there a weaker word than palatable? Because I feel like that does not describe the kind of flavor safety that you get from that soup. The flavor safety of that soup is extremely weak. Edible, yes, thank you. Okay, so the only thing that makes this soup vaguely edible is the fact that they added a ton of cheese at the end and some of the basil. The basil is pretty strong. They put there a ton, so it probably is covering.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of basil.
Yeah, it's covering most of the weirdo disassembled pepperoni stuff floating in there. And like without those, it would be even worse. Like in the end, what they are perceiving is the bread from the base, the basil and the cheese and the oil. Everything else is just there to make mass. It's atoms that are like floating in that thing.
I think at least the soup, if you didn't know what it was, doesn't look bad from here. It could be like I don't know, like spinach, broccoli, something healthy in that soup, right? It could be. Like if you didn't know, it was a ready meal in there. You would know the instant you taste it, or rather, you could probably taste it and say there's something not right here, but it's hard to put my finger on it because no one would assume that you've boiled a pizza and then put it in the blender, right?
By the way, this is another like this is another like peak American thing. So they did this thing with a frozen pizza, okay? And it's like it's presented to you. Or I mean, they are not presenting it in earnest. They're trying it out, and obviously they didn't like it, so they're just trying to be funny about it for sure. But also, this general idea is that I don't make food out of base ingredients. My base ingredients are already giga pre-processed stuff. It's like my dependencies. The same is in software, right? When you make something and your dependency is actually doing 90% of the work, and you're just adding a new interface, new porcelain on top of it, and you said, "Oh, I did this thing." No, you actually didn't do anything. It's your dependencies doing everything. But more in general, Americans cooking with processed stuff drives me insane. Like they make sweets out of Snicker bars. They put Smarties. Why are you eat the fucking Smarties? And then if you make a cake, make an actual cake, and like don't put Smarties in the cake. It makes no sense. But also on top of that, they took if the money that they spent for that frozen pizza could have been spent for like normal vegetables, and they could have gotten a much better soup with the same amount of money, and they could also have eaten an actual normal frozen pizza as a side thing. Like you have a soup, and then you eat half of the frozen pizza as a side to the soup. And it's like they wasted things. They reduced the total amount of value in the world by doing this stuff.
So CryptoCard says if some people like deep fried Mars bar. Deep fried Mars bars is not an American thing, though. You have to go over to the UK for your deep fried Mars bars. I think specifically Scotland for your deep fried Mars bar. I think that's a Scottish thing. Yep.
Sorry, let's see what else they have to say. Oh, there we go. There we go. He is 100% in working group 21. Like he knows that this soup still is missing some key ingredient. Let's hear what it is. What do you add? What do you add?
Pizza.
Okay, I was hoping
Hello,
for
Daniels.
I was hoping for a suggestion on what to what to add.
So yeah, no, I thought I don't even remember how we got into this thing, but I think I think the pizza soup thing. How did we even get into that? But it's a like I can't say if it is revolting. The idea is disgusting to me because you have a soup is something that will kind of get better. It cooks for a while. It draws out all the flavors and everything.
Yeah.
This thing was hard boiling a ready meal and then blending it. There's nothing to it, right? And personally, I don't like soup. I think you've made some junk food, which can be good in some circumstances, into a meal I don't like. So it's just straight up negative.
Yeah, you spend effort, energy to basically take a food and make it worse. Like your processing has lowered the quality of the food. It hasn't increased it. So like it's 100% a failure. You know what? Okay, I'll still man this. You know what? I can still man boiled blended pizza more easily than I can still man C++. So, so here's my argument. If you just went to the dentist and you had all your teeth removed and you just can't bite on anything anymore, and the only thing you can eat is a liquid, then go blend a pizza and slurp it. And
good grief.
That's reasonable. I get it. At that point, yes, that's what you should do.
But wouldn't you make the soup from like the base ingredients? If I was going to make a pizza soup, I would have used the ingredients and then finish it on like a bread top, like a French onion soup or something.
You're right.
Not this.
You're absolutely right. Okay, let me take a step back and requalify my statement. I'll qualify it better. So you didn't go to the dentist to get all your teeth removed. You got drunk in a bar, in a bad bar, in one of the worst bars in Caracas or something. You wake up back in your apartment, but now you're missing all your teeth and you're missing one of your organs. They exported one of your organs. So they stole all your money.
This is the worst holiday, imaginary holiday I've ever been on.
Yeah, they stole all your money. The only thing you can do, like you can barely get up. The only thing you can do is walk to the fridge, open the frozen compartment, and you see one extra old frozen pizza. So old that it started drying out. You know how stuff in the freezer dries out if it stays there too long, right? So you have that, and you don't have any teeth. You don't have money. You're barely keeping it together. Like you don't have, like you need to eat. It's the only way in which you can survive. So at that point, go boil and blend that pizza. What do you say?
I imagine what a final punch in the gut that is. You wake up, you have no teeth, your liver is missing, and on top of this, you now have to eat a blended frozen pizza.
Yes.
Man.
And if liver is what you're missing, chances are that you're gonna die after that meal. And I would argue, and I guess what I would argue is that, roughly speaking, that is the state that you have to be in on a software development perspective for you to want to reach to C++, I guess.
Oh man! All right. Let's hop back to the article.
Yes.
Oh, so this is what he's saying, though. We're kind of halfway through one article that led us down a rabbit hole, and it says, is C++ too challenging for newcomers? And if so, what features do you believe should make the language more accessible? And this to me reads like, don't add features, right? Make it harder to do the wrong thing, right? But again, I'm guessing you can't because of the backwards compatibility promise, or maybe you can with if they introduce something like additions, maybe, right? On the other hand, there are parts of C++ that makes it far more accessible to newcomers than C or 1990 C++. Difficulty is to get the larger community to focus on those parts and help beginners and casual C++ users to avoid the parts that are there to support implementers of advanced libraries, right? And I'm guessing what we should add on top of this is also legacy code, right? But this is fraught with the fact that all the history, and this is going to get even worse, right? When all the new articles on programming are generated by LLMs, so when you search for something, you're going to get that rubbish. Or my experience with looking up Swift things yesterday, almost 2 out of 3 things I found was from 10 years ago, right? Stack Overflow asked 10 years ago, right? There was a trend with what I was finding. So you're going to end up looking at the old stuff. And if you are on your own, you're going to ask the question, but what should I do, right? So yeah, I don't know. A Taurus Plus can help people get on the right track with modern C++ without getting lost in 90s complexities or now in modern facilities meant for expert use. But why does this situation exist then, right? If you have a way, if you write a book to guide you through this thing, can you not incorporate this in the language somehow? Is there nothing that can be done with feature flags or whatever? And I'm genuinely asking, there has to be something that you can do to avoid this whole thing. Well, at least hopefully there is, right? If you have to stand there and go, don't do this, then I feel like you're already lost, because people are gonna maybe he's just really trying to sell his book, though, right? I don't know.
Sorry, there's Donald Viking chap in chat that Viking, Donald Viking. I'm mostly taking the piece of C++ in what we were doing earlier, but I genuinely do not like that style of programming. So I don't think this is the place where to dissect this, because we're looking at other stuff and we can't have the stream last forever. But if you're, I would say this: if you're happy with C++ and you like that style of development, then do look into Zig if you're curious. But be aware that the way you do things in Zig is purposely done kind of the opposite way of the way you would do it in C++ on purpose. Like, a lot of things that are considered good ideas in C++ are not considered good ideas in the Zig ecosystem. And then obviously, it's at the end of the day, it's not a religion, and it's up to you to decide what you want to do. And at the end of the day, everything is to some degree a personal decision. So use the tool that clicks for you. As I said earlier, there are people who are extremely productive with C++. Awesome for them. I am not, and I can't leverage the good things in C++, and I get affected a lot by the bad things. And so for me, I need a different tool. But then, if that's not the case for you, then do what works for you. That said,
sorry.
No, well, that said, there's definitely things in C++ that are worth criticizing, like probably an endless amount, but we're not.
Yeah, I think maybe it's worth reiterating at this point what I said at the very beginning. We started looking at this thing.
Actually,
this is like I don't want anyone to take this seriously. I don't want anyone to feel like we're attacking a programming community. This is a piss take. We're looking at an article that stems from the Register about the C++ creator calls for help to defend programming language from serious attacks. Right? That's the thing that started the conversation. There are flaws with all programming languages. No one is saying anything else, right? And more importantly, if you like writing C++, then more power to you, right? You're gonna use the language that you like, and you're gonna do the things that you like, right? There's no way. And someone mentioned in the chat earlier, but this is the way of Rust is going, and maybe it is. And the moment Rust ends up in the situation where I can't distinguish with what is the right thing to do, I am walking away from that language. It's not my first programming language. It's not going to be my last programming language. Right now, I've been using it for the last few years. I enjoy using it, but the moment I stop enjoying it, the moment it becomes a burden more than a productivity tool, I'm out. And so should you, right? Whatever you're hanging on to, if it's no longer serving your purpose, then walk away. I really don't enjoy pop music, right? I like my own blend of music, but that doesn't mean that your music taste is bad. It just means we like different kinds of music. And of course, we are talking about what is happening to C++ based on these articles and what we're seeing here. If we were looking about an article about amazing new features that come into C++ that solves all these problems that people have been griping about, whatever, then we would be having that conversation. So I just have to reiterate this because I don't want anyone to watch this and feel like, I like C++. Do you guys hate me now? All right. And of course we don't. I was on the verge of saying, of course we do, as a joke, but I feel like maybe that would have been a bit touched too far, right? So no. Right.
Yeah, no, for
Please
sure.
enjoy this as a joke.
Like, I have watched a good amount of streams from Andreas Kling, and he does program C++ in there, and you can see him being productive and competent and do well using C++. Like if you were to ask me to do the same, I would not find that enjoyable because the way I think about programming is different. What works for me. That said, I think that some criticism, like you should be able to accept some criticism as any language, including Zig, because all those trade-offs comes with good things and also with some cost. And Zig can take pride in its simplicity, I guess, compared to C++. But that also isn't fully free because that means that sometimes there's foot guns in things that you could get wrong in Zig that C++ could make it harder for you to fall into, for example, like traps of that kind.
Yeah, I think if you're not willing to accept criticism of something you like, then you might not be taking a healthy like to the thing that you like. You might be taking a religious like to it. I mean, for example, I can criticize Sig all day, man, no problem, right? But don't say anything bad about Rust, because then I'm gonna get cranky.
Toggle, no, I mean, Toggle, do you know what is the mascot of C++?
I don't think it has one. Does it?
Search C++ mascot.
No, is this gonna go bad? C++ mascot. All right, that's how you spell mascot. All right, we got there in the end. Okay, what's C++? It's not there. All right, I'll try again. C++ mascot. This time with a C. Oh, it's not this, is it? It's gonna be Is this it?
Yes. Well,
Oh, that's grim. Oh man. Oh, that's grim. Oh man. But listen, if we're gonna criticize mascots, right, here's a good opportunity to throw some shade at Rust. Okay, I think a crab is the most uninviting mascot you can have, right? because like one, no one thought crabs were cuddly and wanted to hang out with them. I don't know anyone who has a pet crab. And more importantly, when someone turns up and say they have crabs, you are less likely to want to invite them into your house, right? I think
Yes.
in that space, Rust is not winning any points, right? And on the topic of criticism, the name is terrible, right? And when you say like Rust, because you got rust in your car and that's bad, but then the Rust people go, no. Rust is the fungus. All right, that makes it so much better
Yes.
because fungus, man. Now we're cooking, mate. Right? That's good. Now, I think the mascot and the name is bad. Let me continue by criticizing Rust a little bit to even the playing field here. Okay, Rust has an insanely steep learning curve compared to a lot of these languages. So before you even get to the point of being productive, you have so much more to learn because the compiler is preventing you from doing a lot of things that you would be able to do in other languages. So you don't get that compile, run, and then it kind of works and maybe it doesn't work, whatever the undefined behavior that I managed to exhibit quite well in my very, very short C++ elaborate adventure there. I did get some undefined behavior, but the point is I actually managed to write something and run it, which is less doable in the world of Rust. So to level the playing field, for those of you who feel like we're only criticizing Rust and we are being zealots here, nah. All right, there are flaws in all programming languages, and we need to accept that the flaws are here. We shouldn't go, I like language X, so there are nothing wrong with it. You are delusional if you think about it that way, and you shouldn't, right? Anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
All right, should we keep? Do you want to add something?
I was thinking that maybe we could go back to the main C++ one blog because this one I feel like it's too much in the deep. Like we're not going to discuss like concrete.
No, we never really got to the point where the attacks are happening, right? So, all right, here we go. We're on the path of something that could destroy C++, he warned at the time. We must get off that path. In February 13, message to the security-focused SG23. What is that? Does anyone know what SG23 is?
It's another group. It's another
security
committee.
group, maybe. Yes. Security group 23. Addressing skepticism that there's a threat to C++, Stroessner pointed to here we go. U.S. government's CISA's product security bad practices report. Again, you guys do not take programming advice from the U.S. government, do you? No matter where you live, you're not gonna go, the government tells me to write Python, so that's what I'll do, right? Okay. So what's Zig's plan for memory safety? Well, I mean, so I can't speak too much about this because Christoph's the Zig guy, but Zig has some safety features. I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. Zig doesn't really seem to highlight the memory safety it has, right? That's not on the homepage, okay?
It's not on the homepage, true. But I mean, from a marketing perspective, you don't want to put on your homepage like a weaker claim than one of your quote-unquote competitors can make a better claim of, right? So you angle for something different. But no, to be fair, like you also want to put on the front page like your top 3 best things, or rather, you put on the homepage the top 3 things that you think a new reader could be interested in. So like on our homepage, we have the part about simplicity, no macros, no overloading, no macros, no overloading. Then we have, what's the second one? Comp time. And the third one is about incremental improvement of an existing C++ code base by migrating gradually towards Zig. So I guess these are the 3 main things that we put there. As for safety, I was mentioning this earlier to Toggle. So we are in kind of a complicated situation because yes, the previous American administration had that PDF about memory safety and telling everybody to do Rust. But now things have changed in the United States. New administration is probably not as much into that stuff. Actually, usually they're into the opposite things of what the previous administration was into, right? So I fear that now people might be worried that Zig is too much memory safe. So I don't know. I don't know what we should do. I don't know what we should do. Maybe we should put some points about memory and safety on the homepage. So we'll see. We'll see. For all we know, there's a PDF that's about to come out saying that we need more C in and memory bugs in code. So yeah, who knows?
The new administration puts emphasis on more bugs, creates more jobs. We need more jobs. There you go. Problem for a reason about, right?
Yeah, but the general, I guess the general point is that Zig. So you can find information about Zig and safety specifically if that's what you're interested. There's also on the Zig repository one of those Kanban boards, a project I think it's called on GitHub, where you can see all the issues related to safety. But from a more like holistic perspective, Zig is not about hard guarantees of your software. So it's not about, in Rust, you have this whole concept of soundness of those features. They guarantee that if there was no unsafe block open, certain things are impossible, cannot happen. Zig doesn't go for that because that approach requires a bunch of abstraction. And Zig in general goes for the strategy of aiming for a certain level of simplicity and basically helping your code be more easily auditable because of simplicity. Because you see a line, there's no macros redefining the meaning of that line. There are no function calls if something doesn't look like a function call. No operator overload. Also, so that's generally the approach. Whether that approach is good enough or not, or whatever, that's something that is the jury, I would say, is still out. You can make your own. Obviously, you can make your own decision about what you think about it. But I would say there's no ultimate conclusion yet about what is the exact value of all these different approaches. That's it.
All right, so we'll continue this thing. Citing the report guidance that by January 1st, 2026, manufacturers should have a memory safety roadmap for products using memory unsafe languages that leads to the elimination of memory safety vulnerabilities, or should adopt a memory safe programming language. So
that language is kind of sneaky because what I think it's kind of implying, but purposely shying away from ever so slightly, is that to me this reads like products using memory unsafe languages that a memory safety roadmap for products using memory unsafe languages that leads to the elimination of memory unsafe languages from the product. That's a thing.
I mean, we can also interpret like this, right? They should have a memory safety roadmap for products using memory unsafe languages. That leads to the elimination of. So the roadmap could just be one bullet point says, don't make memory-related bugs, and if you do, fix them. Right there, you go. That could also be a roadmap to for products too. So, but then again, like I don't quite get what is happening with what's the future in this case, right? So the report guidance, right? Meaning this is, first of all, it's not a government's like job to tell corporations about the manufacturing process, right? Unless they're doing so at the cost of human life or whatever. Like we're not going to get into that one, but like if you're making something with birch versus ash, right? If we're talking about wood, it's not the government's job to have an input on that. Assuming that it's not affecting people's lives in a negative way. But by that reasoning, we should not have any software because all software is buggy, right? So you can't have bug-free software. That doesn't exist, right? So I don't know. So I don't know what he has read into this, but I'm guessing his take is close to what you said, where this reads like you shouldn't have any of those languages whatsoever. But I also don't think that anyone's going to care about this in reality, because people who like C++, they're not going to care. People who don't like C++, well, they're not going to write C++ anyway. So to me, I don't see where this is going and why this is. Maybe I can see this from his perspective, where if he is at some point teaching at a university, and this is now in the public space and in like the public sector, right? If you're teaching in the public sector, actually, I don't know of universities in the US is in the public sector or not, but if they are, then I can see how that could somehow become more of a point of contention, maybe, right? So yes, it's so what totally not a junk account says it's largely unenforceable guidance. I think so. I mean, we don't even know what languages we're going to have in 2026. There are new programming languages coming out all the time. There are new initiatives that needs to be solved. We're focusing on. I mean, let's pretend. Let's make a very stupid hypothetical situation here where we don't even use conventional programming languages anymore. Instead, we just have like little flow charts with AI prompts on them that constitutes as a program, right? I'm going to assume that is not the case, right? But I think the whole sorry, hang on. I just have to latch on to what Machine says here. So it says, the only good thing to come from AI taking over the jobs is that we never have to hear about language wars anymore. Well, no, because now we're going to argue about like Chat GPT versus Claude instead. So you're going to have AI wars instead, right? Like people are always going to disagree about things, Machine. But here's the important thing is what we do with these disagreements. How do we deal with them, right? Should we be emotionally connected to what programming language we use? I mean, we are, right? Let's not say otherwise, right? But should we hang on to that? So when someone says Rust is bullshit, right? It's a mean language and no one has written anything productive in that language. Should I feel annoyed by that? Should I feel upset by that, right? Because is there any basis to what the person is saying? Is there anything to go on? Is there anything useful in the comment? Or is it just conversation, right? So I think we have been arguing about languages, tabs versus spaces, editors, operating systems, and soon we're going to argue over which AI is the better one, right? There's just we're not going to change as people just because one thing disappears. It's just going to be replaced by something else, right? People will argue about which freaking fruit is better than which other fruit, right? There's no end to these things, right? We know to wait for that to end is gonna be the rest of our lives, right? Cited report guidance, and then says, is it considered a credible threat? Traveling abroad at the time the story was filed, Strostrup told the Register he would like to elaborate further on the matter, but expressed concern that a hasty response might be misunderstood or taken out of context. But he endorsed the inclusion of his mailing list remarks. Strostrup is well aware of the growing emphasis on memory-safe programming, having addressed these concerns directly in 2022 in response to Microsoft Azure CTO Mark Russinovich, who is definitely a massive Rust shill, by the way, called to halt starting any new projects in C, C++, and use Rust for those scenarios where non-garbage collector languages is required. Brushing off Russinovich remarks as infatuation with a shiny new language. So I don't think that's funny, but I don't think Rust is a shiny new language anymore, is it? Right? It's kind of, but we did talk about the tech industry's infatuation earlier, and that is definitely what has been, right? I don't know if it's that much anymore. I don't know if anyone cares if you write Rust anymore, but yeah.
Yeah, Tugen in chat is saying, yeah, nominative determinism. Yeah, same thing at the Dickinson guy. So,
but the way, like the what looks like a fundamental problem here is that Bjorn himself seemed to say a lot of sensible things, right? We started doing this with that before we even finished that. But why does it sound like he doesn't have any weight when it comes to fixing the problem?
That is a very interesting question. I think the answer is that since the what did I miss?
I don't know how it can be a shiny new language and considered by the US government at the same time. So that is obviously a joke that is not just applicable to the US government. Every public sector in the world is well known for having old, crappy software. They are always behind. They still use IE7, whatever it is, right? So that is a pretty W take, okay?
I think there's an interesting question there because okay, so this is the author of this article at the Register claiming that Stroop brushed off these remarks as infatuation with the new Chinese language. So that's an interpretation, not necessarily the quote directly.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yes, but I do think that I sincerely hope that Stroop did not actually brush off these remarks, because that is a big move in the industry. So this is not just a random developer saying, "Oh man, I freaking love Rust." This is the CTO of Azure. So the CTO of Azure and Microsoft doesn't make these claims based on his personal preference of a programming language. He's making these claims because that is a big strategical move that Microsoft, at least the cloud part of Microsoft, is doing towards the future. So if they decide to divest C++ and invest in Rust, there's a reason why they're doing so. They're gonna move a ton of money. It's not a coincidence. It's not something that you brush off. There's something big and real there. In reality, I know that Stroop must know this as well, because otherwise he wouldn't be doing this call for action. But I think it's certainly something big.
Do you reckon this is about market share, like commercial market share at this point, more than just the idea of the language, right?
I don't know. So I think there are multiple factors to it. So you remember, right, when we were watching still on another stream, that Microsoft was creating its own memory safe language. It was called Verona, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? And so they pushed that for a bit, but then at some point decided that it was not worth it, and then it was more, well, this is speculation. This is me saying this. I don't know, but I think that they said, you know what, it's cheaper, rather than making our own language, it's cheaper to join the Rust Foundation as a founding member, and then just kind of quote unquote make Rust ours also a little bit, by virtue of being a founding member of the Rust Foundation and being able to milk all the marketing that comes from that, / just being in charge of how these initiatives get created. Again, I'm not saying that Microsoft decides how Rust is developed as a language. No, the Rust Foundation doesn't do that. But the Rust Foundation has its own chart of, it has its own list of things that they do over a year. They have the way they allocate money. They have public communication made in the voice of the Rust Foundation, and so. Microsoft, certainly by virtue of being a founding member, has enjoyed some of that spotlight as well. So, so my guess is that basically, to some degree, what Mark here is doing is saying, yes, let's switch away from a technology that Microsoft doesn't really own at all to a technology that Microsoft has a bigger hold on to, not a big one, from a universal, from a
but do you think that Microsoft doesn't have an financial investment like they do in Rust? Do they not have that in C++ as well?
That is a good question. Maybe not. So I think, I think there's multiple angles to it. One is a PR angle, because you get some publicity by saying, yes, we want to switch to the new shiny thing. Then you also have maybe other aspects like ownership by being part of the founding members. Maybe there's also other aspects where they genuinely verified within Microsoft itself that running projects using Rust has cheaper development costs than using C++. So in a sense, well, not just in a sense, so that means that maybe Rust for them is 100% genuinely the better choice. They do want to make that move. And so they also want to do that. They genuinely want to, maybe they do have ownership also in C++, but they want to divest from it and invest in the new thing because they think it's a genuinely better investment. So I think there's all these things at play here. Exactly what is the mix? I don't know. Probably there is no way of knowing unless you're one of the other C-levels at Microsoft Azure, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it has to be the case. Otherwise, a CTO wouldn't speak up. A CTO speaks up only when it makes sense from a strategical perspective.
Yeah. Looking at what it's saying here, safety is obviously critically important in many contexts. I've worked on increasing safety in C++ for years. He called for an evolutionary approach, modernizing C++ code to make it safe for tests and tooling rather than a revolution that throws C++ out the window. I don't think there's anyone in any of our chats today that think that C++ is going to disappear, right? Not within our lifetime, right? I don't get the impression that C++ is going to die out anytime soon. It is too ingrained in too many large industries and too expensive to replace. And you're always going to need people to work on things. So I don't think the C++ is gone. This almost feels like who in what sense is it saying that? Maybe this is in the context of Microsoft and Azure, right? But I don't think anyone is worried that C++ is going to go away, right?
Yeah. Also, here's another data point that might help inform our understanding of why that move. It's also certainly true that AWS has also another big investment in Rust, in the Rust Foundation. So AWS is, in my opinion, in many ways, the most Rust invested big tech company of all the big tech companies. They had also at a crucial moment, they had the leadership of the board of directors at the Rust Foundation when where the active what's her name? She was oh god damn it. What was the role that they had an acting one for, then they didn't have any, and then finally they now have somebody who doesn't know anything about technology. That's not the CEO, it's the is that the president? Yeah, I guess that's the president, right? So basically, AWS has definitely a lot of influence on the Rust Foundation. So it might be that what they are doing here at Microsoft is also making sure that they balance the scale. Basically, they want to match the investment that AWS is making into Rust so that basically either both succeed or both fail at the same time. And there is no possibility that AWS gains a big advantage from that strategical choice, leaving Microsoft behind. So either they both go up or both go down.
Playing politics, these languages say. Right. Yes, Twitch was originally just in TV. But that was a response to, I wouldn't take anything from Amazon as a positive. Actually, Amazon has made some pretty good things, but Amazon has made a lot of bad things, and it's very easy to see all the bad things, right? But then yes, let's not go there. The position Google has supported with this is acknowledgement that legacy C and C++ will be around for years and needs to be managed, right? I mean, and I think most people know this, right? But just this week, the chocolate factory made it clear it's more focused on a memory-safe future than modernizing C++. I don't know what the chocolate factory is here. Why is there's not a link to it? There's no...
I have no idea.
All right. We are calling for a fundamental shift, a collective commitment to finally eliminate this class of memory safety vulnerabilities anchored on secure by design practices, not just for ourselves, but for the generations that follow, the AdBiz said. So it's some kind of ad company, maybe?
Is that like a weird way of calling Google? I have no idea.
That's what I thought first, but then I don't know. Are they... The AdBiz said. I mean, it goes to Google. Maybe. I mean, what's the implication here? How do you deduce this to be Google, right? The chocolate factory. What are they making?
Are they like maybe they're a bunch of chipmunks? I have no idea. Like, you know, the chipmunk making chocolate. I think there was an ad that was ran.
The chipmunks making chocolate. You've lost me now.
Oh, okay. There was an ad. I thought it was like at least a Europe-wide ad. There used to be this ad of chipmunks basically wrapping up chocolate. Oh no, you see squirrels do that in Willy Wonka, but there used to be also an ad, not from Willy Wonka, like an ad for an actual chocolate company where you could see the chipmunks like prepare the chocolate. Anyway, sorry, I have no idea. I have no idea what would be that.
So this is interesting. Given CSA's call to deprecate C, C++ by 2026, there's not a lot of time left for the C, C++ community to respond. They don't have to respond.
Well, they have to update Linux. It's like they have less than a year now. Well,
yes,
no, a little bit more
by
than a year.
2026, the Linux kernel will be written entirely in Go. That was there. That was one of the chosen languages, and JavaScript, right? It's something the register does with Google. They've been doing it for some time now. The original full nickname was the Mountain View Chocolate Factory. Oh, I see. Well, if you're gonna make references to things, you should probably at least prefix or attach a link to this thing, right? I'm not an avid reader of the register. I used to read it back in sort of 2004, 2005, but these days I don't read a lot of these things. I have no idea, right? Robin Rowe, who's helming the Trap C project, doesn't believe profiles will arrive in time or that they are a practical answer. If you mark your code to enforce a profile, some features of C, C++ language will stop working. He told the researcher, it's like the W-all and W-extra compiler flags in Linux, except instead of escalating errors to warnings to errors, it turns off pointers or arrays. What? I mean, that seems... I must be missing something, because that seems like you are turning off a very large portion of the language, right?
No, you're absolutely right. Because the problem is that those languages, they are not designed to... Like, the basic pieces of those languages are not designed to support memory safety. So you have to turn them off if you want to then build up something that upholds all those guarantees. That's why I'm not convinced that they will realistically be able to make anything good with C++ in that sense, because Trap C, for it to work, it needs to take off a bunch of the language, which again, also, I'm not sure that it's a great idea either. That's why I'm not sold on any of these like attempts. But yes, they have to turn off pointers. It's the only way.
C++ coders would mark the code with a profile and then rewrite portions that break due to the profile's restriction, Rowe explained. For example, a C for loop that it over a C array, C array. Okay. A C for loop that iterates over a C array must be replaced with a C++ for each loop that does the same using a stud vector, he said. Calling it a regime to force C++ programs to rewrite the code using the latest C++ core guidelines.
Oh, so you can't have arrays anymore? So every time you want to use an array, you have to wrap it in a backdoor?
No arrays, apparently. That seems odd. So Donut says it doesn't literally turn off pointers in an array. So what does it do? Here's the paper again. Sorry. I'm not going to read the paper during stream, okay? Can you guys wait 5 hours while I sit here, right? No, I can't. But, nobody has said to expect C++ profiles to become standardized by the ISO C++ committee or to be implemented in a compiler before 2026. Bro said, who also doubts that DARPA's tracked the projects for automated C to Rust conversion we were in? I have very little belief in this project, the C to Rust conversion thing. I have not really looked into this, but I am very skeptical about this being a thing. I remember the early days, there were some automatic conversion tools, but because... Like, how are you going to translate void star into something in Rust, for instance, right? I don't think you can.
Yeah, I think all these things are basically staring the same problem in the face, just from different angles. And I don't know, maybe there's some super clever people working on Tractor that are going to do amazing things, but my rough estimate is that you basically have to, as a baseline, you have to turn the C code from something that runs on the physical machine to something that pretty much runs on a virtual machine, roughly speaking. I'm not sure that you will be able to do a proper translation without introducing that kind of abstraction.
Not at all.
basically.
The Dawn of Viking. No. I was clearly asking for a brief summary, right? Not like, okay, here's a paper, right? Because I'm
Yeah.
assuming that when someone asks you something, you don't generally reply with a paper. It's okay if there isn't a brief summary, but no, I'm not popping open a white paper during stream, okay? Because we'll
Yeah.
be here forever then. All right. Okay. No. Let's not read this thing. Rowe has a horse in this race. He recently presented his work on the Trap C compiler, which he expects will be ready later this year, to the ISO C committee as a potential extension to the C programming language. On Thursday, February 27, he answered questions about the project during the ISO C committee standards body greeting in Graz, Austria, right? Trap C memory safe pointers will not buffer. Thank you for the follow. Will not buffer overrun and will not segfault. He said, when C code is compiled using Trap C compiler, all pointers become MSP. What is MSP? Memory safe pointers, gotcha, and are checked. Rowe argues that other C, C++ memory safety schemes are not comprehensive. The vulnerability of programmer configurable C, C++ programming language subsets, whether it's C++ profile, C extension, and what is C extension N3211?
Oh my god, that one is an extension that it's from Area 56 or Area 51. Which is it? Like the where they have all the weird alien experiments in the US. That's where they were developing extension 3211.
area extension area 51.
Yes, area 51. By the way, you don't want to learn about what happened to the other 3,210. Yes.
Oh, good grief. In that memory safety isn't guaranteed to be consistent across all compilation units. So again, like reading all of this stuff, I have to say that there's to actually appreciate or not what we're looking at here is genuinely impossible without actually working with it and experience it, right? So I think it's kind of an oddity looking at this stuff to really know what's going on under the hood, right? Because there might be one of these things that actually solves one of these fundamental problems, but because there's so many people with so many different solutions, and again, this seemed to be the plague, right? So many different solutions to these problems, and there's no uniformity, right? There is this C++ working group, but they don't seem to pick one of these. So who knows where this is going to go, right? And then it feels like that has to be done. Someone has to make a choice which one of these to support instead of just having a bunch of like language features and compilers, and then someone goes, oh, the bug you have there wouldn't exist with this compiler. Yeah, but then the bug that you have there wouldn't exist with this compiler. And all of a sudden you got all these things that solve 70-80% of the problems, but not all of the problems. It's but again, I don't know, right?
Yeah, to me it seems that like I personally feel like I have more faith, if maybe, I guess, in like new greenfield attempts. I feel like that them trying to hammer an existing old design to fit these new requirements, I don't see that really making much sense. To me, it seems like you can make, like, your problem is that you're afraid that Rust is coming and eating your lunch. You can make a better language than Rust, but in my opinion, to do so, you have to start from first principles. Like, you have to start from scratch. You have to basically take all the good things that Rust has learned in the meantime, take all of them, push away all the bad things that you don't like about Rust, and come up with a different design that can be more C++ flavored, so that if that's the type of stuff that you go for. So I don't know. I feel like Carbon seems to me a better attempt than let's add another thing on top of C++. I don't know.
So what's the difference between that and choosing a release mode in Zig, for example? I can't really answer that, but I would speculate instead of letting Christoph answer, which makes more sense, that you're still working with the same compiler for the same uniform goal. It would be more akin to having different Zig compilers, right? Written by third parties, okay? When like Trap C is a different compiler, right?
I don't know.
And is some addition, right?
I don't know. What's the difference between that? I don't know what that is. Donut, I think you're taking all this stuff a bit too personally, honestly. Like,
Fair enough.
You
This is
definitely
why I
care.
was so happy when I was
Yeah.
streaming and not reading chat. Okay.
I think you definitely care about C++ more than I do, probably more than me and Toggle combined do. So I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, Donut, what I'm really thinking, what I really care about in this conversation. Okay,
Wait, you're gonna
and
tell
do
the
with
truth?
this as you will.
What do you mean, Toggle?
I
We said that
care.
we are not gonna tell the truth on stream. What?
Okay, yes,
Okay.
but I just feel like I have to say this, okay, because this is gonna be silly, but I'm gonna say this anyway. All right. Do you know what I care about, Donut? I care about how you feel. I care about your feelings. I care about you not feeling like I'm attacking you by reading about things that are bad about the C++ language. I have no horse in this race. I don't care about C++. I don't care if you write C++ or not. What I do care about is you not feeling like someone's having a go at you or that you're feeling alienated or anything like that. No, this is not some woke bullshit. I am just an insanely excited person about humanity. Okay, that's all there is to it. Okay, so now you know, right? All right, go on. Sorry.
No, I don't have anything else to add.
Okay.
Yeah, we can continue if you want.
So long story short, Rust Mask should be a fox because it messed up the whole programming language henhouse. But it's not the language that does that, machine. It's the bloody stupid paper that came out of a government that's telling us how to program now. That's the problem, not the language. All right. So with Rust is not immune to is also vulnerable. With subsets, it's too easy to create an unsafe hole where memory goes unchecked in what's supposed to be a memory safe code. Rust is not immune, is also vulnerable. Rust programs may open a hole using the Rust unsafe keyword, and while they do so to access notoriously unsafe C pointers. 100% correct, and that's the only way you're going to have FFI in any language that offers you any kind of safety. So that is definitely a real concern, right? The only positive thing I can say to this is that you will at least know where your unsafe holes are when it comes to the language. But this is 100% correct. You can wrap your entire main function in an unsafe block. As a matter of fact, I've done this for fun on stream and wrote everything in unsafe code just because you can, right? But then again, that's for stream and that's for cloud. That's not because I want to launch a ship into space, right? Even if it's top heavy, all right? So it's all good. It's all good. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. So yes, if the White House says it must be true, the community has more blame than the paper, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So David Chisnall, a visiting researcher at the University of Cambridge and director of systems architecture for SCI Semiconductors, which makes memory safety hardware based on capability hardware. I have not seen this before.
Toggle,
Do you know
Sherry
anything about this?
is so fucking cool. I think that's actually one thing that people. You know what? I'm not sure because it's not like I know much about hardware design. But if the promises are in any shape or form close to what the actual thing is able to do, it's very cool. And it's basically a way of having memory safety guaranteed by the hardware, not by the language semantics. So basically, it in theory, it should be able to turn any illegal memory access into a trap reliably. So you just always get a crash. It's impossible for you to start reading garbage, basically. That seems a cool thing.
So does that mean that we could use that and then just write completely wild code in any language and we don't have to worry about it then?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, basically, in theory, if it works as advertised, I'm sure there's like a ton of trade-offs that you would need to take into consideration if you wanted to like talk about it from a very like concrete perspective. But again, simplifying, we like if we take their claim at face value, yes, you could totally do all kinds of unsafe stuff, and then you are confident that your unsafe stuff is always gonna trap and never gonna read garbage memory and do things that it shouldn't be allowed to do. Yeah.
Nutwalker says Rust recently got pointer provenance in standard library, which had a lot to do with Cherry. So what does that actually mean? I remember asking John Jeng said, another streamer, about pointers. When you cast a pointer to a usize and back again, what destruction that would wreak? And one of the answers was that it lost pointer provenance, right? Which has to do with whether the original thing was mutable or immutable, if I remember correctly, and some other things. But what does it mean to have pointer provenance in the standard library, right? Maybe I should sit here quietly waiting for an answer. It will take a while. Everyone just quietly waiting for Nutwalker to pipe up now, right? Anyway, so very few things are written in a single language these days, and memory safety across languages is important. If you write Rust code with Lua scripting, but Lua doesn't respect Rust's unique ownership model, which it does not, then makes it very hard to interop safely. Tools for safe interoperation are important. Chisnell argues that making C++ safer is a better approach than rewriting code in Rust or some other memory-safe language. Incremental migration from C, but of course they would say that because they want to sell their thing, right? But
yes, because their claim is that you don't need a fully memory-safe language because they can guarantee that at the hardware level. So obviously, yes, they're in competition in a sense.
Hannah said, yeah, we I don't know if we're gonna look at the comments though. She's not okay. So in some other memory safe language, so yeah, you're gonna argue that, right? And I think right, let's finish this thing and we have some takeaways. Rewriting billions of lines of code all at once is a problem, even if the end result is memory safe. Rewriting code introduces bugs or introduces different bugs, right? And a lot of those will be safety or security critical. Selling a migration story from C to safe C++ dialect that people can do a little bit of a time over multiple years would be great for C++. I mean, this sounds like a great thing in general if you can start a process of migrating. But if everyone's just sitting there saying, like, my version is better, and then no one moves, then that's bad. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm saying if that's happening, that's bad. It remains to be seen who will be the author of that story. That is, if safety remains a government concern, as Chisnell observed, the new U.S. administration has removed everything from the White House website and fired most of the CSA people who worked on memory safety.
Rip.
Right.
So well, it's gone. So
C++ is safe for another day then, right? That's it, right?
You know what? Maybe that's actually what turned the election. Maybe it was all the C++ programmers. I'm joking. Jesus Christ, I'm joking. Viking, please don't take this personally. Please,
oh my God,
please.
You just open a can of worm. I'm sitting here with my finger ready to put chat into emote only mode now. Do we want to make some predictions about the comments, right? What do you guys think? If we look at like the top 10 comments, what do people predict? What are we gonna get? Are we gonna get Zig promotion in the top 10? Do you think so?
I don't think so. No, I would say no.
Do you guys think we're gonna get a lot of Rust hate in the top 10 comments? At least one or two. Yeah, I think so.
No, okay.
Donut predicts ban bots.
No, I expect at least one very strongly, very strong defense of Rust.
I see. So
at least one.
Muna says C++ will never die and C++ is going to be wiped by Rust as comment. I think that's going to echo the comments entirely, right?
Yes, number one and number two. Let's go.
All right, let's look at it. Let's have a brief look into. Oh, there's 200 comments. Which one of you did this? Which one of you wrote 3 comments? Brilliant quote. I have always wished for my computer to be as easy to use as my telephone. My wish has come true because I can no longer figure out how to use my telephone.
My God.
That was a very funny quote. I love that, right? Okay. Oh my God. This guy is writing a book. I think they're trying to solve the problem in a comment. Rushed too soon to Rust, and the world short till C++ programs become total. We still got billions of lines of code. Okay, this is someone who wants C++, and they are promoting doom and dismay. If you jump on the Rust bandwagon, then no one will know C, and we have all these legacy systems. It's going to be a story mentioning COBOL, probably. Let's look for COBOL in there, right? All right, we didn't have to go too far, but it wasn't in that actual comment, though, right? I was hoping for. Oh, all right, it was very far down. Okay, never mind. All right. All right. You know what? I'm not gonna read their book. Okay. Can we not like get the top comments? Do we have to scroll through all this?
There's minimize comment on the right.
There we go. Thank you.
But
all right. Can we do that on? But this one seemed to be a response to this.
Wait, I think you can click on the top part of the lighter box, maybe.
Here? No. Whoops! I clicked on that thing. Do I need more JavaScript? No.
No, I can't. I guess you have to scroll then. I'm
oh
not,
my goodness. Okay, we're only interested in like top comments here, right? But that person wrote a book.
Jesus.
Circle, the minor like change to the C++ LVM compiler by Sean Baxter. Excellent research came to proving all the bits of the borrow checker are possible with C++ today without substantially changing the whole language. You can mark the security. I have no idea what the story is there. I vaguely remember hearing about Circle some time ago, not recently though, right? Okay, so this is in favor of C++. Care to bet a $5? C's demise seems pretty hard to avoid long term. Put down the skull bong and have a rethink.
What?
There's a need for a systems programming language. We have many. C has fulfilled that role and endured while an embarrassing parade of replacement has disappeared into disuse. C has maintained that despite the best effort of the C standard group. But why are they talking about C? This isn't even the language in question.
This guy is a C maximalist, so everything has to be C. Let's go. Let's hear the C true story.
Okay. System software in C is the infrastructure of so much of the world's medical automation control sensor. Add word here that you can pretty much negate every other technology. Review the state of deployment of system software. Review the life cycle period of systems. Consider when the injection of Rust or much more robust forms like Haskell. What the fuck? Okay, sorry. Would optimistically arise out of the less than 1% status. Then I'll take your $5. Haskell has unsafe just like Rust. The entire infrastructure of Rust rests on unsafe. All right, so first of all, this is such a like weird comment, but the entire Rust standard library rests on top of unsafe because it interrupts with libc. So this is the standard library,
yes.
Not
that
but
argument.
libc is written in C. So you know.
You know what, Toggle? In my mind, that argument is so dumb. In my opinion, that argument is dumb, and like it has a mirror argument also on the other side of the argument. Like, oh, but Rust has unsafe in it, so it's not good. And then you have on the other side the polar opposite argument, which is like it's only morally right to use Rust because everything else that is memory unsafe, it's morally wrong to use. While the reality is that it's an economic question. Like even if Rust's entire infrastructure rests on unsafe, if by using Rust today in practice, it is cheaper for you to produce well, not entirely bug-free, but like bug-less software with fewer bugs than it is to do the same using C or C++, then even if it's a cheese with unsafe holes in it, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's still worth it from an economic perspective, which is ultimately the only perspective that makes sense. So, and on the other side of the argument, if there's another side of the argument, which could be that actually, while Rust is perfectly memory safe, etc., the cost of programming within the semantics and the confines of Rust might turn out, maybe in some circumstances, to still be a cost that you have to shoulder, and it could be a cost that it's not that basically that if you don't leverage the good parts, the good things that you get out of Rust, then it might be that it's a cost that doesn't repay itself even. So it may be there are situations where a more unsafe language is actually a better choice for you because the cost would not rebalance itself. That's the bet, for example, that Tiger Beetle did. Tiger Beetle considered Rust, or like Rock, for example. Rock actually you had a Rust compiler, but then they decided to move to Zig because a compiler has a fairly easy like lifetime management of resources. It's like it's a build pipeline, so stuff starts at the top and then flows down the pipeline. And so they felt like they could leverage Zig better for the specific use case where they also needed a specific kind of LLVM interoperation. So ultimately, the question is one of economics. Which is the tool that allows you to reach cheaper, higher quality software? And the answer is neither, well, but actually there's an unsafe block in one function in the standard library, so now the entire thing is UB.
So the thing is, I don't know which part you mean, Kevin, which part was, but so it could be disingenuous, but it could also be a missing detail. The thing that is weird is that you're talking about systems and the thing that the world is built upon, but then you throw Haskell in there, which I don't understand how they feel like Haskell would fit where C or Rust or C++ fits, right? I don't know, but maybe that's sort of their take on it. Maybe it's not about being disingenuous. Maybe they don't know what Haskell is. Maybe I don't know what Haskell is, right? Maybe there's some things too that I just simply am oblivious to, but I don't see how that language fits into this narrative here, right?
I don't know.
But it's interesting. But so far, we haven't had any Rust salads so far, right? We have C++, we have we have a book. We're not going to read the book again. And oh man, where did we go? We're missing one here. Oh yeah, but I think, Kevin, that this is more down to people not really knowing what the language is, and I don't necessarily think that they're being disingenuous. I think that's just what they have picked up from other conversations, just like how I'm making comments about things that I haven't spent a lifetime with, right? So I am not being disingenuous. I'm just being what's the word? I was gonna say uninformed, but that's a boring word, right? I'm just being the irony is not lost on me that I'm trying to use the word for a dummy, but I don't know the word now. But yes, anyway, it's again, I don't know. So memory safety isn't guaranteed to be consistent across all compilation units. If we're hoping to make progress with memory safety, we have to accept that a present majority of compilation, ignorant is a good word for it, right? Like, but it's like I don't know. I don't know Haskell, right? But I can still talk about Haskell. I think at one point Haskell used a linked list for its string, for instance, right? And knowing that part, I could make a statement like, why would you use Haskell for your systems when it's using a linked list for string manipulation, right? Or for strings, which today is probably not true. That's probably like an old legacy thing. And I would make it an uninformed, that's the word, an uninformed comment. So it might not be disingenuousness. It might just be uninformedness, which is now a verb that we're going to have. Anyway, so yeah, there wasn't really much to this. I don't see any Rust salads. And, I am looking for them, okay? Strohster faces C or doesn't want to see the simple fact that you can't retrofit C++ to become a memory-safe language. So we have one comment mentioning Circle that says that it can prove this. And then we have another comment saying that you can't retrofit C++ to be a memory-safe language. It's interesting. A memory-safe language requires a from-the-ground-up approach like Rust has been doing since day one. It simply has to accept that C++ will one day be supplanted by Rust and other memory-safe languages. But like most aging men, he's trying to hold back the ears and starting to look silly to himself. That is just cruel, okay? We don't have to attack someone's age now, okay? Let's not do that.
I mean, the reality, I think, is that I don't think it seemed like, I don't think we can certainly state that it's not Bjarne that's keeping C++ up. It's all the companies that have invested in it. It's the mass of the massive. It's like the momentum of the massive C++ code bases out there that these companies have cluelessly collected over the years, and now they're basically being squished by the weight of it all. They are the ones that really have this problem of not wanting to move away from C++, but also not wanting to have endless PR nightmares and all that could happen when C++ stops becoming a thing. People were mentioning earlier in chat that, well, but COBOL, for example, is still alive. Yes, it's still alive, but the fact that there's a shortage of COBOL programmers means that if you have a COBOL code base, you will have to work harder to be able to keep it up. You will have to pay salaries that are higher than what you would want to pay, for example. So it's like you want to use popular technologies. You want to use JavaScript because then you can pay your programmers peanuts. Because if one of them starts asking for one more peanut, then you can kick them out and get another one.
There's another peanut worker around the corner, right? So there's Wiry had a good take on this though, right? About COBOL or programming languages. I'm going to paraphrase Wiry now, right? But he said, just because a language is still exists, just because there's software existing in a language doesn't mean that the language is alive. So so another question would be, how many new COBOL code bases do we actually get in commercial projects these days? Is it fair to say that COBOL is alive, or is it more fair to look at COBOL as this weird zombie that is just walking around refusing to stay in the ground because of legacy systems, right? That's I'm saying, I'm not stating that's a fact. I'm saying, like, if COBOL, if people are actually banging out new projects in COBOL, then so be it. But if this is not actually happening at a noticeable scale, then maybe it is a dead language, right? So downvotes deserved. I agree with you with that. The title is Failure to See, which is almost ironic because they say, I foresee the US government mandating memory-safe languages, but they've literally just threw all that out.
That was posted 3 days ago. How clueless is that person?
COBOL is definitely alive. So can I? Okay, right. I don't want to put you on the spot here, Machine, right? But can you point to something that indicates that COBOL is alive, right? It's such a niche place in tech that you don't see it unless you look more into it. Okay, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Are large companies actually building new noticeable projects in COBOL? I'm not talking about maintaining old code. I'm not talking about a regex engine written by some dude in the corner. I'm talking about actual financial investments being done into new COBOL projects, right? Is that if that is some kind of metric to use whether a language is alive or not? We don't really have a definition for what if a language is dead or not, right?
Yeah,
we never sat down and decided that. Right?
Where's my COBOL Twitter client? Toggle. Here's our metric. Try to search for COBOL Twitter client. See if there's one. If there is no Twitter client written in COBOL, COBOL is dead in my book. Like straight up.
If it doesn't have a Twitter client, then it doesn't exist, right? But then that makes formal language for formal proofs, right? Makes them a little bit problematic as well, right? So Idris and Coq and these languages are sort of non-existent then, right? Modern mainframes prioritize COBOL. Is that true? Can we search for modern mainframes prioritize?
Yeah, there are some.
What are modern mainframes now?
Like there's some weird EBM computers with some weird architectures on them, and not all kinds of languages work on them because they have a CPU that isn't one of the normal ones. For example,
I'll accept the language as being alive, if yet niche, then in that case, right? The new Raspberry Pi is the new mainframe.
But, the distinction between the language being dead or alive, at the end of the day, that's not even that important. What is important is investing in COBOL software a good investment for the future? No.
For you as a mainstream programmer, absolutely not.
No.
Right?
Like you're a company and you have like this you have an open source project that you're maintaining. Like, you know how sometimes these companies publish as open source some of the frameworks that they made internally. You have, like, imagine Twitter Bootstrap, right? As a simple example, Twitter Bootstrap was a huge asset for Twitter. Again, not something that you could monetize a lot. It's not like Twitter made billions out of Twitter Bootstrap, but it was a thing. Everybody had Twitter Bootstrap in their brain. People would talk about it. It had a positive impact in the perception of the company. It had a positive impact in hiring, for sure. And so imagine that you have Cobalt Bootstrap. Who cares? Like, nobody wants it. Nobody cares about it. So ultimately, you have an interest in investing in technologies that are popular for a variety of reasons. Like, you can still survive with unpopular technologies, but it's perfectly rational to want to stay in the middle of a popular technology for plenty of reasons, even from a risk perspective. So that's why these companies are like freaking out, because this is what's happening. Like the
I'm getting a phone call from the wife here. Hang on.
Oh no. Hello, Toggle. Yes, I heard that you guys are talking bad about C++. No, us? No, we're not talking bad about C++. Are you sure? My friend is watching the stream. She said that you guys are being unfair to C++. No, honey, I swear, please. He still had the headphones on. Look, if you want me to make dinner tonight, you have to say something good about C++ now. Oh, that's a very nice reference, Rihanna. Okay, nice.
Oh man, that was the most confusing thing. Because I could hear you and her at the same time. Oh god. Oh my god. Okay, fine. So okay, well, the last comment here, right? I sympathize with the C++ folk, I really do. So this one got downvotes as well. Even though I designed and implemented a couple of replacement languages, Draco and said, never heard of those. If someone is really good at something, they're likely happy with that. Any chance is going to take that, and any change is going to take that away from them. Those at the very top of the game will be impacted the most. Those just learning may not much care what language they use. First of all, if you're at the very top of something in like the world of, say, C++, you're not going to be that impacted. You're not going to stop writing C++ just because of something, right? If you know the syntax, semantics, and rules of several languages, you probably aren't really good with any of them. So this is a weird take. Okay, I don't know what several languages means here, but if you only know one language, then you're probably a very young programmer, I would say. I don't know any programmers that only know one programming language.
I think, Toggle, in this context, the problem is that the language that we're talking about is C++, and it takes a lifetime to master all the features. Actually, that the
jokes aside, has. I believe that's true but this is only from what I've seen and heard more than personal experience, right? Because of the complexity of C++, right? That there are so many ways of doing something. Like my own like personal pokes at C++ has been pretty meaningless, right? But every time you get into some kind of conversation about I only see this with C++. Every time you get into a conversation about how to do something, there's always someone else going with some like alternative way of doing it for some arbitrary edge case that needs to be solved. And I feel like this must be what causes the fatigue when it comes to learning a language, right? When you go, oh, you could iterate over a loop that way, but if you only have like 4 bytes in your data source, then use this arbitrary thing that was designed specifically for this use case instead. And you go like, how am I going to learn this thing, right? There's like so many ways of doing it, right?
Yeah. I think that this section in the comment is is pointing at the right problem, but from a perspective that is less meaningful than like it's not the most meaningful perspective. But I think that what they're getting at is meaningful, which is um, the fact that even though if you are an individual programmer that's doing C++, you will probably find another way, like another job that allows you to do C++. And it's not like the existence of Rust is going to change this. But if you are a big company and you spent years building internal culture, like all the competence and the know-how in your company to have a very strong C++ development team, and it took you, I don't know, like 10 years to get that going because it's a slow process, right? You have to hire people, and then the people leave, and then you get a bad hire, and then you get a good hire, and then you need to have the good hires reach like higher levels in the organization, so they need to become managers, and then they start institutionalizing some of that knowledge, and so that now you can start having a process that reliably allows you to ramp up new hires and make them like productive developers. And now everybody around you is saying, yes, you know what, and now you have to throw that all into the trash because now you have to switch to Rust. It makes sense that some companies are not happy. And it is also true that if you mess that process up well enough, like that business management process, if you mess it up badly enough, you could even have a product that fails, like the straight up fails. You try to do it and then you can't because your new development team is just not competent enough to pull it off, and you don't know how to solve it. And like one example of this, which is not strictly related to C++, but like one generic example of this, although I think probably we all have seen, if you have enough work experience, you must have seen a company fail to deliver a product because they just cannot get the programming right. But like one vaguely related example was that Apple, for example, was trying to make their own modems for iPhones, and they couldn't pull it off, and they ended up having to buy a division of Intel, I think, to make these modems for phones for them, because they basically bought the know-how from Intel. So who knows? Maybe even in that theme, there were like a ton of extremely proficient C++ people. Then now, if for some reason Apple was forced to switch to Rust by tomorrow, they would be very pissed off having to do that. So these are all the things that are like the yet another reason why people are like they don't want to let go of C++.
I think this is probably the last comment that we look at. But this was certainly an adventure into C++. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm never gonna write C++, right? I don't mind. I'm never gonna do it. I've been so put off by it. I can't even like you do something as simple, right? So Rust has right? So you have to have initialized memory. It doesn't have constructors. You just fill in the fields of your struct and you're done, right? And then you ask someone, like, how does constructors work in C++? That is probably the most confusing thing I've ever asked, right? Because the answers I got was just straight up scary, ranging from nobody knows, it's a 300-page document on constructors in C++, or they're easy, just do this one thing, and then what about all the other ones then, right? So there's a lot of these things, right? But C++ invented, right? C++ is a language. It didn't invent anything, you big nerd. Okay, there you go. No,
shall we? You wanna hear what Andrew has to say about C++?
Go on.
To close it off.
This is gonna be a hot take that's gonna piss off all the C++ developers. So if you are a C++ developer, cover your ears now.
Yeah, probably yes.
But Bjorn is not a language, Donut. Come on, buddy. Work with me here. All right, go on, Christoph.
Yeah, there's also... Okay.
Can we look at your screen here? One second.
Look at my screen.
Stop. Bosh, there we go.
I have a couple shorts. Okay, let's watch the one about the C++ mascot. Okay, so yeah, here's what Andrew has to say about C++. There we go.
I feel like we need like a drum beat to that one, right? This guy isn't biased against C++ and for Sig. No, but that makes sense though, Machine. Like, so if you think about it, if you're so frustrated with something that you do, that you go and invent your own language to make it, of course you're going to be biased, right? I happen to know that Andrew Kelly was actually looking to solve a problem, and he looked at Rust to do this, and Rust didn't have the solution. So he said, peace out, and went somewhere else, right? It's just, of course you're going to have your biases, right? I think, but Sig is a language, okay? You guys gotta stop equating languages to the people that make the languages. Languages don't have opinions. If you think Sig is good and you think C++ is good, then what you're doing is you're disagreeing with Andrew, the creator of Sig. You don't have to disagree or like not use the language because you don't agree with him, right?
Yeah, no. I think, Machine, the point is this. Like, you can have your opinion. Feel free to have it, but let me tell you that it's honestly, I believe it's a dumb way of looking at this kind of stuff. The point is this. I'll use another example to make a parallel. I am making a static site generator because I've been a user of static site generators most of my life, and I've been, in particular, a big user of Hugo. And so I use Hugo a lot. I learned a bunch of details about how Hugo works, because I tried to push it to its limits, and I got so frustrated to a point where I ended up making my own static site generator. Now, I could make, if you will, an equivalent of what Andrew is saying here about C++, about Hugo. Now, am I biased? Of course I'm biased. I'm making my own static site generator. I believe mine to be better. But at the same time, the reason why I'm making my own static site generator, or rather, the fact that I'm making a static site generator gives me an insight into how static site generators work that is superior to the general insight that one has as a normal user of a static site generator. I'm not a genius. I'm not saying that I'm a genius, but I'm somebody who has dove deep into the subject. And so at least I had the opportunity, I have the experience. So that doesn't mean that what I say is correct or not, but there is criticism that the people that are very familiar with the subject, they will have criticism about it. You are free to discount all of it as just marketing about other things and hating on other things. Feel free to do it. But the reality is that there are criticisms that experts in certain things raise to other pre-existing solutions that you might want to pay attention to. Obviously, you want to ultimately make up your own mind on things. But like, Andrew is making a compiler. He has to have intimate knowledge on how it means to, for example, interoperate with C++. Also, the first implementation of the Zig compiler was in C++. So it's not like he is a random guy shitting on C++ because he's making his own programming language. It's a very different perspective. Again, feel free to ignore his words. You don't have to listen to him. And it's not like every expert of any given subject is always right about everything. But be aware that you will be throwing in the trash potentially valuable insight that you will not be able to procure by yourself all that easily, because it takes time to gain certain kinds of insight into all these things. So these, in fact, I would say that whenever people are like doing these fake positivity about things, they're actually doing you a bigger disservice than the ones who are actually telling you what they think.
I think it's important to distinguish between the product and the people that made the product. I'll quote something that I read in a blog post many years ago when Rust was getting traction. Someone wrote, I see that Steve Klabnik is involved in the language. I won't use it. And that to me just blew my mind, right?
Why?
Because someone you don't like is involved in something, you won't use it. It's be like, I heard that the Christoph guy eats food. Well, I'm not going to eat food then. All right, that's bad. Okay, pizza soup from now on. So I think it's we should be critical to everything that we use, and we shouldn't be too emotionally attached to everything we use either, right? You love Steve. I'll pass the note. I was gonna say I'll pass the message on, but I don't think it's Steve Klabnik. I say they used to stream here on Twitch. I don't know him personally, but I don't think he streams here anymore. That's right, Janelle. Jesus, well, I've been called worse. I've never heard of fake positivity in relation to programming languages. Yeah, I think it's I don't I think um it's easy to be too excited about something and not want to see the faults of it. Right? Um, there are everything is sort of fault. Why is everyone talking about C++? Right now it's because we just finished reading through an article about Bjarne Stroustrup promoting kind words about C++ so it doesn't disappear.
Yeah, asking for actually, what was the title? Like asking for somebody to defend C++ because it's being under attack, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The C++ creator calls for help to defend programming language from serious attacks, but the serious attacks could be equated to a something made by the U.S. government, which was then removed. So that's the serious attack right now, maybe.
Yep. So I don't know. I think that people take this stuff too personally. Like I don't know. If I think about my experience with Hugo, again, just to change subject and bring another example that is, I don't know, less tribally charged than programming languages. Hugo is a very decent static site generator, but it has a horrible templating language. And there's and maybe you don't agree with the horrible, with my way of describing it as horrible. So you might even like it. But it makes certain technical choices and it has certain trade-offs. And those can be discussed objectively. Like, for example, the Hugo templating language treats HTML as text, not as structured data. So you can use the static, so you can use Hugo's templating language to generate malformed HTML. Should a HTML templating language allow you to output malformed HTML? Which, by the way, I'm not talking about like semantics. I'm talking about like just straight up outputting garbage that doesn't parse it as HTML. So the answer, in my opinion, is no. The templating language shouldn't do this. So in my static site generator, I made a templating language from scratch designed to make sure that you don't accidentally output malformed HTML. And in my opinion, it's a better user experience. So I don't know. Am I not allowed to say that I think that Hugo has a bad templating language? I think that is insane to argue that you shouldn't communicate this type of stuff. Likewise, if you're in the business of making a programming language, it makes sense that you have opinions, for example, on how linking works, or on how slow or fast it is to compile said programming language, like source code in that programming language, which, for example, are two things that Andrew mentioned in that video. So that's it.
Yeah, I think it's okay to not like everything and to sort of like address some of the comments that are flying by as well. I'm typing as fast as I can, but I don't see people saying things or pointing out things about a language is the same as language hate. But that is my lens. That is my perspective, right? I think people saying C++ is messy, right? That's just someone's observation, right? We all go through our programming lives, learning and observing the things around us. And if you grew up looking at like if you grew up as a programmer looking at C++ as something very simplistic and it just makes sense to you, then that's your perspective, right? But if you look at it through someone else's eyes, it could be like a big hot mess. That's just it, right? I don't think that you should associate too much with all SIG people hate C++ or Rust people are all zealots or all these kind of things, right? It's just people and programmers, and then there's a programming language. Don't let what anyone else thinks stand in the way of you trying what could be a fun language for you, right? Instead of something else, right? Like don't say, I'm never going to try SIG. The language looks interesting. I'm never going to try it because everyone in the SIG community hates C++. Don't do that to yourself, right? If you think SIG looks interesting, try it. You don't have to be involved in the community.
I would argue that it's not even true because there's certainly like Zig as a language is very different than C++. So it's definitely, in some ways, it's not a C++ replacement. It like all these ideas of replacement, depending on how you phrase it, you could like make it, you can concoct any kind of statement. But from the perspective of like how the language feels to use, Zig is not a C++ replacement, because if you like C++, you will not necessarily like Zig. So if you're comfortable with C++, it's not that Zig is going to be, a more polished C++ like experience. It will be a very different experience. And so, yeah, and we have people in the Zig community that like C++ a lot. And I don't know, there's just their taste.
I would guess that there's a pretty big overlap, because the people who went from a language to Zig, a lot of them, I'm going to guess, came from C or C++. And this would be for the reason that they didn't like what the language did. And this, I can't stress this enough. If there's another language turning up one day and it doesn't do the Rust does, I'm out of there and I will be on this new language because it solves that particular thing for me and hopefully has all the other benefits that I want, right? So it's not really like don't think about people and programming languages like the same thing, okay? Because everyone, especially programmers, are insanely opinionated, right? You will get nothing done because every single language community out there. Okay, let me put this to you, chat then. Find me a programming language community that doesn't quote unquote hate or criticize another language. Find me that language community and we'll hang out. Until then, you are just observing humanity, nothing else.
Yeah, right? I think in a sense, the premise of a language is to give more space to certain things at the expense of others. It's like to prioritize certain things at the expense of others. And different languages choose a different set of things that they want to prioritize over others, right? So you have Rust, which prioritizes safety at the expense of other things. You have Python, for example, that prioritizes, I don't know, running pseudocode over other things, etc. So it makes sense that different languages have different philosophies that are to some degree at odds with each other because they chose to prioritize different things, which is the whole reason why one would have different languages in the first place. Now, obviously, your point, you should have the self-awareness of not making that a matter of identity. You shouldn't identify with the language that you use. But I think that at the same time, programming is in part a personal and a like almost artistic experience. So it's up to your personal taste, but it is also a form of engineering. So the engineering side of programming means that it is correct to want to discuss these trade-offs and agree what is better or worse when it comes to these trade-offs. Otherwise, if you don't have this kind of discourse, then you don't have engineering. That's what engineering is.
Just answering one last comment here, right? From Zero X Machine. Why are you worried about what radical fans think? They're like radical fans everywhere. There's no, I don't know. Okay, I shouldn't try to like personally put myself in this thing. I should maybe just walk away from it. But like, I just can't help but feeling like this sort of a bit unjust to say that. What are the radical fans? Why is this a thing? Why are we even looking for it? Right? Am I missing something or? Like why would you care what fans of something say or do, right? You are looking at a programming language maybe to learn it and to use it, right? Nothing else. I don't get it.
If you're interested in a more interesting like in a more educational maybe criticism of C++, you should take a look at the full talk that this clip is taken from. So this is from Systems Distributed. In this, you can, I typoed it, of course. Why wouldn't I typo it? In here, you can see that Andrew has, Andrew makes an interesting point about his experience. I'll do it like this. About his experience porting a C++ library to Zig. It's one of many things mentioned in the talk. The talk is not about that, but the talk does mention this point. So I'm going to share a link in chat for people who might be interested. This, in my opinion, has some nice a bit of nice like evaluation of his experience dealing with C++. I'll tell you, it's not going to be praise for C++. Don't expect to find praise. But again, but at least it's like, it's not just us making jokes. By the way, like, don't take too seriously us cracking jokes while watching a guy
but I'm
boil a
worried that
pizza.
people do take
They
this
do?
stuff too
Right.
serious
Right.
now, and I feel like I was gonna say this is why we can't have nice things. That's not it, right? But it always feels like someone's gonna walk away from a stream feeling like either they haven't been heard or they get a little bit unhappy about the situation of something. But it also feel like unjustly like throwing shade at someone like that. I don't think that was particularly good either. It's a hot mix, right? I genuinely do think that it's good for people to program and not to be, too invested in Celatry. But I also understand that people really like the programming languages. It's a mix. We're humans. We do human things, man. We can't unfuck that one, right? So it's just
I think there's also an angle where like all the tools that you use are imperfect. Like, I'm thinking of every single tool that I use in my daily life, and none of them is perfect. Like, every single tool that I use has some good aspects of it, some bad aspects of it. And sometimes, like, embracing, like, accepting the flaws in your tools, it's fine. Meaning that it's not like every time you use the tool, you have to, you have to take a moment and say, yeah, I know that this thing is bad, but I'm going to use it anyway. No, not in that sense. What I'm saying is like, different people will have different preferences, and I don't know why take that personally. I don't see the point. Everything has its own, like, you are not your tools, so whatever.
I think maybe like I read in like too much into these things, and this is probably why when I did my stream with not reading chat, I got so much done and I wasn't thinking too much about these things. But thank you so much, Anonymous, for a gift sub to Happy Goose, right? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like anything I say is gonna change your mind, machine. It's just you seem to be unhappy about the state of things, and I guess it's not my job to make you unhappy about it. But yeah, I don't really know what to say about that, right? Again, I'm not invested in any particular programming community. Me personally, I like various programming languages, predominantly Rust, yes, but I don't know, right? I feel like no matter what I say, I guess you're gonna walk away feeling like some injustice was done, maybe. I don't know.
Well, this is certainly not a stream where you can get a particular insight into C++ and like a fully, I don't know what to call it, like formally, academically, maybe even like correct evaluation of the pros and cons of C++, because neither of us is a C++ programmer. So,
no, and this was supposed to be a joke more than anything, but I feel like maybe the joke part fell by the roadside, and it doesn't really matter if you're making fun of something. Not that. Fuck. Okay.
I knew that we were going here. I knew that we were going here. I don't know, dude. All
right, I don't know. I don't know either. I feel like I mean, you're taking this in good stride, man. You clearly get this. The funny thing, Donut, is that Christoph has mentioned this to me in the past. That's exactly the argument.
Or the president.
That people make,
dude. Let me tell you. Listen, if you don't like the human side of Zig, maybe you're not ready for Zig. There's one thing that drives me nuts, which is that people in the audience, they like these perfectly packaged. They like Apple too much. They don't say that they like Apple, but they like this idea that, oh, I'm gonna get this product, and this product being maybe even a language, and this product comes into this pristine box that has never been opened by another human being, and like you then unpackage this pristine phone, you unwrap the plastic, never touched by another human being. It's not true. They have touched it, but they just don't tell you. It's and now now it's mine. It was pristine. And so like similarly, sometimes you want the things that you use to be made by people that are part of the product. You expect the VP of community, the VP of community, to be pristine and come in the box with the product, and not to be a annoying, smelly human being. Well, let me tell you, if Zig has fingerprints on it, it's made by real people, and we don't know exactly what. We don't act like a fucking company where, you know, there's like the PR department and they only say things, and whenever there's something wrong, they feel sorry that you are confused. We don't do that kind of stuff. We're just normal people, but yeah, who are struggling to make software work. Yes, sorry, you're confused. So I don't know if that makes you uncomfortable. Go use products that have a marketing department.
I hear Rust is pretty good when it comes to marketing. It has a foundation and everything. So if you guys are interested, you know, come and talk to me. But now,
look, and if you don't know how to use lifetimes, I'm sorry that you're confused.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Now, so again, a little, very, very, very short. I'm kind of in the midst of either entering or leaving a stage of burnout from programming and streaming and everything. So I'm gonna be very emotional about everything. And when I see people being unhappy about something, it is very much in my nature to try to make them not being unhappy about it. But I don't think I have the power to do that in this situation. I don't think there's nothing I can say as I walk away from this that's going to make everyone involved happy, right? People are going to feel like their language has been slagged off, or they're going to feel like there hasn't been slagged off enough, right? And that's just how it is. But I have, all in all, enjoyed the stream, even though there are people who have not been super happy about it. But I have enjoyed the stream. I don't take this too seriously. I don't think anyone should take this too seriously. And I will possibly be back streaming again tomorrow, where we might go into some really boring stuff about branching. We'll see how I feel.
Nice.
But I do hope that you guys have a wonderful day. But now I have to go and help the wife cut jalapenos, because apparently that's my job. So it was nice seeing you again, Christoph, and we'll do another stream again soon, yeah?
Likewise. Thank you, Toggle, for being here. See you. Say goodbye to Toggle.
Bye, Toggle.
Bye, Toggle. Oh man, let me close the screen share stuff. I have to leave also in a few minutes. I'm about to go to a meetup. It's gonna be a Zig meetup. Somebody is working on a some kind of framework for embedded devices, so they're gonna talk about it. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I guess this is kind of it. So yeah, please don't take everything too seriously. Okay, so the reality is this: I do have some genuine reasons to be quote unquote biased against C++. Obviously, we didn't go through them in this talk, and in the end, in the discussion today, there was no C++ advocate to balance things out. Such is life. Not every single time any given thing can be presented, you know, in a fully balanced way. But at the end of the day, that wasn't even the point. Like, we're just discussing all the happenings and like just making jokes about it, ending up watching freaking boiled blended pizza in the meantime. So obviously that should explain that that's not the kind of content that you're going to get out of such stream. That said, if you are interested instead in a more concrete and educational stream about Zig, then you can get that out of this channel. Don't expect me to be able to provide you with balanced and fully informed takes about C++. I just don't care about C++ that way. But I do care about Zig. So if you're interested in Zig stuff, I will be able to provide that. So I can't stay for long, but I just want to mention what I'm going to work on next stream. So as I was saying earlier to Toggle, this was before we joined. Well, actually, I showed some code, but before I joined chat, I'm writing a standalone version of my static site generator. The current version uses the Zig build system and basically turns every page build process into a task in the build system. There's good properties that come from that. There's bad properties that come from that. So we got to the point where it's time to get rid of the Zig compiler dependency in Zin and instead make a fully standalone executable. So this is what I've been working on. It's been actually very, very fun for me. So I have, and the pipeline is also fairly simple for now. So right now I'm implementing a version of the static site generator that doesn't support hot reload because it doesn't have, I'm basically doing a first like single pass thing. So like you render everything once, you close the executable. And what I think I will do next is going to be probably implement serve as redo the work every time from scratch. But then this is going to be just a temporary thing because obviously we want to be able to do delta updates. We don't want to do useless work every single time. So this is going to be the next thing. But at the same time, I know that that's where I want to go. So I'm going to make technical choices that make sense from that perspective. And I can tell you that the code is so far looks fairly like straightforward most of the time, except when it comes to the data-oriented design stuff. That part, it's a little bit more alien if you're not used to it. But yeah, so this is going to be probably the main thing that I'm going to work on stream in the near future for a while. So yeah, get ready because today Zine is not better than Hugo. Hugo is more featureful. Hugo has, I do have already a better templating language in my opinion. But Hugo in many ways is still better than Zine. But Hugo has a performance ceiling that I believe we can get past by using data-oriented design techniques and by making good use of the fact that we don't have a runtime. But obviously then the work needs to happen. So this is basically where I'm heading next with Zine. Also, once this work is done, and we will finally have basically a website be defined by a static config file rather than a build.zig file, then I will finally be able to implement tooling, LSP tooling for markdown files, which is something that we don't have yet in Zine, and then I'm finally going to be able to use. Is Zine content compatible with Hugo? Not exactly, no. Because it's Markdown, yes, but Hugo has Markdown plus certain like macro system that I don't support because I don't have that templating system at all anywhere in Zine. And I have different concepts that don't exist in Hugo. You know what? I'll very briefly show you one and then I go. Why am I going on the wrong website? Documentation. So check this out. So let's say that you have a markdown file, the markdown headers. Okay, no, the markdown headers are not compatible either. Okay, then I'll show you that very quickly, super quickly. They're not compatible because I have my own JSON alternative. I'm sorry, I didn't want to do JSON. I didn't want to do YAML. I hate YAML. I didn't want to do JSON because it's not a good language for front matters. So I ended up making my own JSON replacement, which steals syntax from Zig. The highlight, not using Zon. So the problem is that, in my opinion, this language here, while it's still incomplete, it's more expressive than Zon. And Zon, in my opinion, is not a great form matter language. Ziggy is more typed. And here's another key feature of Ziggy. Check this out. Check this out. A Ziggy document can be like this. So a Ziggy document, just like JSON, can an object has outer braces, but the top level object can omit the braces and reclaim a level of indentation. How cool is that? Okay, maybe this is not enough for you to make you feel like it's worth jumping into a random language. I might use it if it was a superset of Zon. It's a superset of JSON. It's not a superset of Zon. And I think the right choice is to make it a superset of JSON so that people can upgrade from JSON more easily. That said, yeah, I don't know. I get it. It's annoying that it's, the ecosystem has like these two data languages, or rather these two. Like there's the official data language, and then I'm making my own random one and not like leveraging the official one. I don't know. It's fine. You know what? Maybe we could make that a possibility. That's how it should be. There's definitely some positives in going that way. But I have some reason for wanting to use a different one, like the ability to use custom literals that you can't do with Zon. We'll see. In any case, that's it for me. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Kids, don't do too much OP. take it, don't hate too much the C++ bong, and I'll see you next time. Bye.